Steve is cut out of the picture.
Okay, we're gonna get a picture.
Steve is cut out of the picture. Okay, Steve got cut off the picture.
I'm gonna kind of scoot a little bit.
I'm sorry.
Okay, on the count of three.
I'm so sorry.
This way, one more here. One, two.
Like social distancing. Okay, thank you.
Okay, there we go. Very good.
Okay. Thank you.
Move your chair around and sit on the end or something.
She might be an intern.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't know she was.
I'm going to make you a presenter so you can share your slides.
Are we live?
Oh, that's pretty.
Yes, very nice.
Oh, very nice. Very festive.
Okay, we'll go ahead and get started. I call to order the meeting of the Manassas Park Governing Body for December 8th, 2020. Our usual statement. Per the General Assembly's approval of the Governor's amendments to the biennial budget, the governing body may now meet electronically without a quorum actually assembled in a single location and without the in-person governing body members voting on the participation of those who are remoting in. The following benchmarks for the meeting this evening have been met. First, the governor has declared a state of emergency for the current COVID-19 pandemic in accordance with Code of Virginia. Second, the declared emergency makes it impractical or potentially unsafe for the governing body to assemble in a single location, and guidance from state and federal government support this determination. Therefore, the governing body will be meeting with various members participating electronically through GoToMeeting. Third, the meeting is to discuss or transact the business statutorily required or necessary to continue operations of the governing body. Fourth, the governing body will make available a recording or transcript of the meeting on its website in accordance with Code of Virginia. Fifth, notice has been and will continue to be provided to the public using available methods. Lastly, we have made and will continue to make arrangements for public access through electronic means, including the ability to comment. Those participating in person are Councilmember Olana Mensing, Councilmember Donald Shoemaker, Councilmember Miriam Machado, Councilmember Hector Sendejas, Councilmember Hasib Javed, and Mayor Jeanette Rischel. Participating electronically, Vice Mayor Preston Banks will be joining us electronically very shortly. Okay. We have approval of the agenda. Next, are there any additions, changes, edits to the agenda? Okay. City Attorney, would you like to state what our closed session will be about?
Sure. We have two items to discuss: probable litigation associated with the condemnation of properties and the declaration of strict covenants in the conversation.
Okay, thank you. Okay, do we have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries. We did not have Vice Mayor Banks, so I don't know how, is that recorded as an abstention or City Attorney? Not present, okay. Okay, please join us in a moment of silence, and Councilmember Javed, would you lead us in the pledge?
I pledge of allegiance
To the flag
of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next is public comment time. Do we have anyone who would like to make public comment? Okay, have we received any emails or texts or any phone calls? Okay, seeing none and hearing none, we move on to the information item. The first one is audit presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the governing body. Tonight you'll be receiving a briefing from Andrew from RFC, our principal auditor who's worked with us over the last few months. I want to thank the finance department and RFC for working hard on this over the last few months and being done early for the first time. So last year we finished right on time. This year we finished early, so the track record each year is just getting better and better. I don't think we'll keep finishing earlier and earlier because it's a lot of work, but our finance team has done a great job. And I will be turning it over to Andrew. I'll make him the presenter.
Okay.
Go ahead and do that right now.
Okay, thank you. And I have a request, if there is a specific dollar amount or amounts that are referenced that are of significance, I would request that either the audit page be displayed on the screen or the page number be referenced for the benefit of the public.
And Andrew, I just turn it over to you if you want to share your slides.
Okay, hold on one second here, and then let me pull up the CAFR based on that request there. Just give me 1 second here. Just want to have the CAFR handy based on that request.
We're not able to see your screen anymore.
Okay, let me try to see if I can share my screen here. Okay. Are you seeing my PowerPoint presentation now?
Yes, now we are.
Okay.
So it's sharing the
Yeah, it's sharing the smaller screen. Let's see if I can figure out how to switch the screens. My apologies.
Well, why don't you exit out of being presenter? I'll make the presenter again, and then you can select which screen to share. So it's
Okay.
sharing.
That will work.
There we go.
Okay. All right, and I will go through, and because of the sharing the screen, I may have to circle back and show where a couple of these numbers are, if there's anything referenced in here that we want to look, because I can't, I guess, toggle back and forth too well on the sharing the screen. I appreciate your time tonight. I also have Mike Moran with me here tonight, who's the audit manager on the audit for the City of Manassas Park. I just want to take a few minutes to go through some of the highlights of the financial audit for 2020. Going to just kind of go through the audit results, communication letters, a couple financial statement highlights, fund balance, revenue, and expenditure information at a high level for the city. As an engagement summer, we were engaged to perform financial statement and compliance audits for the city for the year ended June 30th, 2020. The audit was subjected to auditing standards generally accepted in the United States of America, specifications of audits for counties, cities, and towns by the APA, the government auditing standards, as well as the provisions of uniform guidance, basically the single audit requirements. The byproduct of our audit is our audit opinions or our audit reports. And so the first one we had is our independent auditor's report, which is basically on the numbers in the financial statements. And for this one, we had an unmodified or a clean opinion on the financial statements, so that was great. Then we also have two compliance type reports, the first one being the internal control over financial reporting and on compliance, and that's basically the government auditing standards report, or some folks refer to that as the Yellow Book report. And we had no material weaknesses or significant deficiencies reported. So that was great. Over the last several years, the city has been working to enhance their internal controls and to eliminate different weaknesses and things that need to be improved that had been reported as such. And this year, pleased to report we had no material weaknesses or significant deficiencies in controls. For the compliance over major programs and internal control over compliance, which is basically the uniform guidance or the single audit report, we also had no material weaknesses or significant deficiencies reported. So those were all three good, clean reports from both a number standpoint and a compliance standpoint. Secondly, we did issue a communication to those charged with governance letter, which we do at the end of each audit. And after I go through the presentation, I'll pull that up really quickly so you can see which one I'm referencing there. But basically, those are just things we have to communicate at the end of the audit process, whether we had any disagreements with management, which we didn't, whether there were which estimates are significant, such as the pension and OPEB items that are prepared and estimated by actuarial valuations, and those kind of things. And then we did have one management letter recommendation this year. It pertained to the school board, not really on the city side, and it related to just trying to encourage them to get reimbursement requests for federal grants filed on a more timely basis. And so that's the one thing we had is just a recommendation that wasn't a material weakness or significant deficiency, but was something that we pointed out for an improvement in internal controls. And here on these couple of financial statement highlights, we do have some references in here. I believe the CAFR is already either posted on the city website or will be posted on the city website, so folks can go through and find these items, and then I'll pull them up as well when I switch over here after the presentation. Net position for governmental activities, June 30th, was $4.3 million. That was an increase of net position of about $2.7 million from the prior year. The total fund balances for governmental funds at June 30th was $7.9 million. That was an increase of $2.4 million from the prior year. The unassigned fund balance for the general fund was $8.2 million. And Exhibit 10 is a budgetary comparison schedule. I just direct folks to kind of take some time to review that when they get a chance to look at the CAFR in detail. It goes through and gives you original budget, final budget, and actual figures for the general fund. And then finally, the net position for business type activities for June 30th, 2020 was $17.9 million, which was an increase of $530,081. Then I just have a few kind of graphs and charts to kind of show where some of the trends in financial figures for the city. The first one shows the summary of fund balance for the general fund. So you can see in the last 5 years, the general fund has gone from about $2.2 million fund balance to about an $8.3 million fund balance. And then here's a little chart just breaking down the buckets of fund balance. Governmental fund revenues, this just shows basically the major components of general fund revenues for the last 5 years and the trend there. You can see that most of the categories are relatively constant, while property taxes have been increasing slightly over the last 5 years. A little breakdown in kind of like a pie chart form of how the bucket of general fund revenues breaks down percentage-wise. You can see it's predominantly property taxes, about 67% of property taxes, and then followed by intergovernmental, so state and federal grants, and other local taxes like meals tax, business license tax, etc. For governmental fund expenditures, again, we have kind of a trend line, and most of these categories have really kind of flattened out over the last several years as far as each of the major functions of general fund expenditures. And then again, we have a little kind of breakdown. So predominantly education, debt service, public safety. Those are kind of the three larger pieces of the pie when it comes to the general fund expenditures breakdown. Now I will try to see if I can get out of this screen and switch to a different screen here. Let me hop back in and close this. And flip over here to the CAFR for just a couple minutes. And just want to highlight, show you where a couple of those items are that we discussed, just so that when someone is going through and looking more detail with in the financial statements where you can find those numbers. So Exhibit 1 and 2, which are located on pages 25 through 27, these are where you have the full accrual net position figures, which includes all of your long-term capital assets and liabilities. So your debt and things of that nature are included there on that exhibit. And then Exhibit 2 shows you the changes in the net position. And then when we talked about some of those fund balance figures, those show up here on Exhibit 3. So for the general fund, the $8.3 million fund balance, that's where that came from. And the fund statements, the balance sheet on Exhibit 3 and then the Exhibit 5, those are on the basis that you guys do the budget on. So the city does the budget on. So those are on what's called a modified accrual basis. And then the Exhibit 5 is where you see the high-level changes in the governmental fund balances. So you can see, that the general fund had an increase of $2.3 million of fund balance. Quickly, I'm going to pull up the management letter and just reference that I referenced. And you can see here was the comment we had that related to, we had a few instances that we noted where federal reimbursements were not submitted in a timely manner for the school board, and that the OMB, federal OMB recommends at least quarterly filings of those, and so we recommend that they be requested on a more timely basis. So with that, I'd be glad to open it up to any questions that council may have for myself.
Thank you very much. We appreciate the work that you've done on this, and we also appreciate the work that the city staff has done. This is excellent. We've come a long way. We certainly have. Yeah, it didn't feel like it's working. Okay, let's open it up for questions so that two people do not speak at the same time. I'd prefer that folks raise their hand to be recognized. Are there any questions? Yes, Councilmember Machado.
Hello, this is Miriam Machado. Would you please expand on the internal control structure and other operational matters that you mentioned in your letter?
Yes, so related to the school board recommendation, we had there are grant reimbursement requests that are filed for Title I, Title VI-B, all the different school grants, and so during the course of our audit, we noticed that some of those were not being filed on a quarterly basis. They were being filed late, several months. For several months at a time and several months after those expenditures occurred. And so we just recommend that those be filed on a more frequent basis, either quarterly or ideally monthly for your bigger grants like Title I, Title VI-B, those kind of grants. So that just helps with the city's cash flow and also just kind of ensuring that, you're getting those receivables are recorded and everything like that.
Do you have a follow-up?
No.
Or anything? Just for the record, Vice Mayor Banks has joined us electronically. Vice Mayor Banks, do you have any questions? What did he say? I couldn't hear what he said.
He was,
Repeat, President?
I have no question.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Yes, Councilmember Mensing.
Does it seem like the school board has resolved the issue? Do we know?
It was brought, the comment was shared with them, and they are, they were receptive to that comment, and they indicated they're going to be putting, procedures in place to get those filed on a more timely basis. There is some new management related to the finance side of the school board. The finance director that was there had left, and they have a new person up there. So I have been, in contact with them, shared the management letter comment with them, and they seem very receptive to making that, improvement in their controls.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Yes,
just
Councilmember
one,
Shoemaker.
just how would you characterize our financial management in this audit? Would you say we're in a strong position in terms of internal controls, in terms of reporting, in terms of how would you characterize our audit?
Yeah, I think as was alluded to earlier, the city, has continually made progress, and so every year has been, a stronger year as it related to both the financial picture. If you saw on that chart, the general fund balance has been increasing over the last several years, and also from an internal control standpoint, when we first were involved with the audit and the city had gone through a system change and there was some issues there. There were a lot of things that we had to report as material weaknesses, significant deficiencies. And so the fact that we had none of those to report this year is very positive.
Right. And just, I think for the people at home, that the audit is not connected to the tax rate. And I've seen that on social media that that there's some kind of connection between it, and actually there isn't. The real estate tax rate has nothing to do with how strong or weak our internal controls are and our systems and our things that we have in place. And so I just want the public to know that that the auditors are saying great things about us because we're managing and reporting our financial position well. And from the 4 years that, Councilmember Machado and Councilmember Sendejas and I, and once the mayor became the mayor from being on council, we have strived to get to this point where the city is in such a strong position, not just in terms of the number of dollars that we have, but that we have from our side and also on the staff side. I don't know if she's here, but Pon, our CFO, and Talazlo and his team. Oh, is she on? Oh, okay. I just wanted to say is that, these last 3-4 years, our side and the staff side, I want the residents to know we are in a much, much, much stronger position, and that we are reporting that we are strong, and that that we have run the city in a way that you can all be proud of, because we've made tough choices along the way to make sure that we can report out strongly through our audit process. And I'm very proud of that, considering one of the very first votes we took in 2017 is we spent about $100,000 to clean up the previous mess in terms of our auditing because of the computer crash and because of lack of controls internally. We had to spend a lot of money to recreate the wheel to get to this point. So I'm really, really proud of us as a city. And I want to say thank you to everybody.
Yes.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Okay. Laszlo, do you have any final comments?
I don't. Thank you, Andrew and Pon, for all the hard work and your teams as well. And
Absolutely.
I'll have more to say on Donald's point in the financial position later tonight in the budget amendment.
We've come a long way. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, next is...
Thank you for your time. I really appreciate it.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, sir. Next is ACT's presentation, food support program for our residents during COVID-19.
Thank you. And this organization is called ACTS, and I want to thank them so much. They really took charge and helped us out at the start of COVID-19 with our food delivery program. They've been a great resource for Keith, the Parks and Rec team, and Randy, who really led that for the city. And they're continuing to do that mission, even though the Parks and Rec are back at the community center. It's been ACTS who's kind of stepped up to help the city out with the continual food program. So I will turn it over to Aaron, who's representing ACTS tonight. And Aaron, I'll make you to present.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and other staff, and Randy, for the opportunity to share with you guys really, really quickly. And I just had something pop up on my screen here, so let me see what's going on. So give me just a second. And then you'll have to let me know if you can see my slides or not.
We can see it. Thank you.
All right. So I'm Aaron Bolton. I'm the director of Prince William Food Rescue, which is a program of ACTS, Action and Community Through Service, a nonprofit that's been serving the greater Prince William region since 1969. It's been around for a long time. Everything from hunger prevention and homelessness to domestic violence, sexual assault, crisis helpline. These are all services that we offer to residents of Manassas Park as well. A little over a year ago, we launched the food rescue program. leveraging technology that we got from 412 Food Rescue out of Pittsburgh to develop an app. The app basically mobilizes volunteers to pick up food that would normally be thrown away like grocery stores and restaurants, and redirect that food to various nonprofits that were open and able to serve the community. Anybody can download this app, and it's for volunteers in the community. Very easy, takes about 30 minutes to complete a rescue. And so this was the foundation of what we launched a year ago prior to COVID and not knowing that we were going to have a pandemic. But our app became the logistics backbone to then launch the Community Feeding Task Force, in which we are responsible for providing food to 78 food distribution sites around the region, including Manassas. So we have here volunteers, just with their personal vehicles, getting food out from our warehouse in the community. So we have about 300 rescues every week that are happening in and around the community. So as of December 1st, we had completed over 10,600 rescues, moved over 8.4 million pounds of food into our community, which is the equivalent of over 7 million meals and $14 million food. So of all of that, 4% went into Manassas Park. So about 200,000 pounds, or the equivalent of 167,000 meals, that gone just into Manassas Park. And supporting these main food pantries, Christian Mission Alliance, Love of the Nation, St. Mark United Methodist Church, and we have also been working with Randy at the Manassas Park Community Center. But the other thing that we've done, leveraging our app, is to be able to get food to people that are quarantined, shut in, can't get out of their homes. And so through our food helpline and through our app, we've been able to deliver food to 91 households in Manassas Park, the equivalent of over 1,600 meals. So we're very proud of our community stepping up to be part of this process and getting food to folks who are in need, especially during this pandemic. We want to obviously say thank you for the $25,000 in CARES funding. That's going to allow us to pretty much buy a tractor trailer of produce, which costs $27,000. So we're going to use all of that for a trailer of produce and milk. Boxes from Capital Seaboard. That gives us 1,344 boxes, fruits, veggies, and a gallon of milk to go in the community. And a bunch of those are going to be going to Mission Alliance and Love for the Nations, who serve Manassas Park. Really, this was a need because USDA significantly cut their funding for round 4, which covered November and December. Unfortunately, as the need has been increasing, which I'm sure we've seen on the news, the long lines of food banks and food pantries all over the country, we're seeing the need increase here in our area. And unfortunately, the USDA continued to cut funding, and we lost 4,000 boxes a week that we were previously getting from the USDA program. So in order to fill that gap, in order to continue providing food for our community, we've been purchasing tractor trailer loads of produce from our partner Capital Seaboard. So we've got a truck scheduled for December 21st to be delivered using the funding from Manassas Park, and that'll be right before Christmas, right before the holidays. So that'll be a great time to get some more boxes in and get that out to the community. So on behalf of my team, the Community Feeding Task Force, on behalf of ACTS and our staff and the impact that we have in the community, I just want to say thank you for partnering with us, for helping us help the community, particularly when it comes to food insecurity. And we're looking forward to seeing what we can do in the new year and see what funding will be available from the government. And hopefully the USDA will get more funding to continue that program as well. It's been very vital for us. So thank you so much. And if you have any questions, happy to answer it. We'd love to see all of you download our app and do a food rescue in your spare time, and encourage folks in the community to do the same thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Aaron. Thank you very much for being here this evening. This is such important work that you do. And on behalf of everyone in Manassas Park, we are sincerely grateful for what you do. It was our pleasure to provide care funding. It was our pleasure to do that. With that, let's go into questions. Are there any Councilmember Sendejas?
Yes, I want to say thank you for the work that you've done for our community. Regarding the app, do you have different languages available for the app?
I didn't quite hear that, I'm sorry.
As if for the app, do you have different languages available?
Unfortunately, no. So everything is in English. We've been working with the developers on seeing if there's a way to manipulate that. It's a little complicated, but we're working on that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Question?
Yes.
Is there, if someone was interested in doing a food rescue, do they need like a minimum amount of space in their car? If they have a smaller vehicle, would they still be useful, or do you need like a larger pickup truck?
Everybody is useful.
Okay.
So the way we build them out is we try to build them out anticipating a smaller car. And then if you have a larger vehicle, you might be able to claim more than one rescue. But when you can actually view the rescue, you can see how many boxes approximately are going to be picked up, or whether it's produce or dairy or anything like that. So then you can, based on the knowledge of your own vehicle and what needs to be picked up, you can actually decide on the spot if that's something you can do or not. So we try to build from our warehouse for smaller cars. For the grocery store, sometimes we don't know exactly how much is going to be donated until you get there. So sometimes we've had vehicles show up and there's more, and it's just a simple phone call you make to us through the app, and we can send another Food Rescue Hero out to get the rest of it.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say, Aaron, thank you. I follow you on Facebook, so I see all the stuff that you're active with ACTS, and so I'm so glad we were able to help in that effort. It really scares me because in today's Washington Post, it said about, if anybody has seen that, it's that the average family that's struggling right now with rent and utilities is now almost $6,000 in the hole, basically, because so many people in the service industry have missed so much work time. And so I fear that we're going to have people trying to decide whether to buy food or keep electric on in the middle of the winter, or water. There's some scary choices. So I'm so glad you're doing what you're doing, because it means so much more now than ever before, given just how uncertain the economic picture is right now. So thank you.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilmember Menz.
Thank you so much for what you're doing, all of you, including the city. How often is this food distribution, and how many places are in Manassas Park?
I believe we have 5 locations in Manassas Park that we've supported.
And how often?
Every week, or as often as they need it. So it's really up to the distribution sites, and we react to them. So we don't feed people directly. We just support food distribution sites that are feeding people. So we know who's open on what days and what times they're feeding people, and we call every distribution site every week, the day before they're about to serve people, to see what their needs are and make sure we can get them as much food as they need in our ability.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Yes.
I have one question. Hi, good evening. Well, first of all, thanks for everything you've done. Do you see any challenges in getting supplies or getting the food banks? Are there any shortages of these supplies in your distribution centers?
Well, I guess it depends on what you mean by the supplies.
Well, I guess
and whether it's in our warehouse or at the distribution sites themselves. One of the things that we've been trying to work on with our distribution sites is cold storage and extending their capabilities. With providing produce and milk, and some of the boxes have dairy and meat in them. It can only sit out for 4 hours, and then it has to be refrigerated again. So our window of getting food to the sites and then to the families so they can get it home is very tight. And if for some reason there's leftover boxes at the distribution sites, what are they going to do with it if they don't have enough cold storage? So that's something we've been working on with many of our partners to try to figure out what we can do to maximize our cold storage to extend last mile distribution. We're hopeful that hopefully there'll be another round of funding from the government coming down, and so we have plans to try to invest in our distribution partners in that way. In our warehouse, we've been fortunate to use some of the Prince County and Manassas City CARES funding for some of the warehouse supplies that we needed. And then the rest we've been able to use on actual food purchases, which is what we needed.
Oh, thank you.
Vice Mayor Banks, do you have a question?
I just wanted to thank you, Aaron, and your organization for your support to our community and for this area as well. I just wanted to put it out there for the citizens that are listening. If you're interested in the app, it's Prince William Food Rescue, and it's available on Apple Store and also the Android store. So thanks again.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Mayor.
And if there's no more questions, we thank you again for being with us this evening. We appreciate it. Thank you. Randy, do you have any?
Thank you very much, and big shout out to Randy.
Yes, Randy.
And my go-to person with Manassas Park. So thank you, Randy, for all of your support.
Oh, we absolutely.
The collaboration we've been able to do together.
We appreciate Randy very much. Randy, do you have any comments? We can't.
Unmute
You're on mute. Can you?
No, I just wanted to thank Aaron as well. And it's kind of comical because about a year and a half ago, we met one another and he had this idea. He had just come back from Philadelphia and this app, and he was going to get it going and reduce food waste in the community. And then little did we know, several months later, we'd be thrown into this pandemic, and, the app would just come in this great package and serve the community. So it's super cool to watch it evolve, and you've done a great job. So thank you.
Thanks, Randy. And thank you again, Aaron. Okay, let's move on. The next is a very special time in the meeting. It's recognitions. 5A, we have recognitions for 4 members of the Manassas Park Police Department for their outstanding performance. So the procedure we'll follow here this evening is I will read all 4 recognitions in succession. We will then have a vote on all 4 as a group. Then Chief Lugo will say a few words and present the awards, and the recipients will then be invited to say a few words if they're comfortable to do so. So let's move on to the first recognition. Recognition of Lieutenant Dustin Walker for his heroic life-saving actions and outstanding service to the city. Whereas the governing body of the City of Manassas Park are extremely grateful for the great service provided to our community by all of our employees, and whereas the governing body desires to recognize outstanding performance of our employees as they accomplish important projects, innovate solutions, and/or are recognized by residents and/or partners in the community and region for their outstanding work. And whereas on the evening of October 24th, 2020, Lieutenant Walker responded to the call of duty on Lomond Drive in Prince William County, and whereas Lieutenant Walker quickly assessed the scene and immediately contacted our emergency communications center after realizing the vehicle was on fire and that the life of a citizen may be in danger, the decision to extricate the driver was made without concern of his own well-being. And whereas Lieutenant Walker's quick action and recognition of the severity of the accident resulted in directly saving the life of the driver. And whereas within seconds of getting the disoriented driver to safety, an explosion occurred and the vehicles were fully engulfed. And whereas if it were not for the actions of Lieutenant Walker, who put his own life in danger, the driver would have certainly perished. Lieutenant Walker's actions during this incident are a credit to himself, the City of Manassas Park Police Department, and the entire City of Manassas Park. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the governing body hereby recognizes the heroic actions of Lieutenant Walker and urges that all citizens show their gratitude and appreciation for this officer and all of our public safety officials who carry out their mission to protect us every day. Be it further resolved that Lieutenant Dustin W. Walker is awarded with a Performance Spotlight Award certificate for his outstanding service by the governing body and signed by both the mayor and the city manager of Manassas Park. Our next recognition is of Officer Nathan H. Fries for his life-saving actions and outstanding service to the city. Whereas the governing body of the city of Manassas Park are extremely grateful for the great service provided to our community by all of our employees, and whereas the governing body desires to recognize outstanding performance of our employees as they accomplish important projects, innovate solutions, and/or are recognized by residents and/or partners in our community and region for their outstanding work. And whereas on the evening of April 16th, 2020, Manassas Park Police Department officers responded to a medical emergency call on Eagle Court and were first on the scene. And whereas Officer Fries discovered an unresponsive male with no pulse and not breathing. And whereas Officer Fries immediately administered life-saving measures, CPR, and was able to regain a pulse and kept the patient alive. And whereas Officer Fries's quick action and recognition of the severity of the medical emergency resulted in directly saving the life of the resident. And whereas if it were not for the actions of Officer Fries, the unresponsive male would have certainly perished. Officer Fries's actions during this incident are a credit to himself, the City of Manassas Park Police Department, and the entire City of Manassas Park. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the governing body hereby recognizes the life-saving measures taken by Officer Fries and urges that all citizens show their gratitude and appreciation for this officer and all of our public safety officials who carry out their mission to protect us every day. Be it further resolved that Officer Nathan H. Fries is awarded with a Performance Spotlight Award certificate for his outstanding service by the governing body and signed by both the mayor and the city manager of Manassas Park. Next is a recognition of Officer Amber P. Stevens for her life-saving actions and outstanding service to the city. Whereas the governing body of the city of Manassas Park are extremely grateful for the great service provided to our community by all of our employees, and whereas the governing body desires to recognize outstanding performance of our employees as they accomplish important projects, innovate solutions, and/or are recognized by residents and/or partners in our community and region for their outstanding work. And whereas in the early morning hours of January 25th, 2020, Manassas Park Police Officer Stevens responded to a medical emergency call on Elm Court and was first to arrive on the scene. And whereas Officer Stevens discovered an unresponsive male with no pulse, not breathing, and turning blue in the face. And whereas Officer Stevens immediately administered life-saving measures, CPR, and was able to regain a pulse and kept the patient alive. And whereas Officer Stevens' quick action and recognition of the severity of the medical emergency resulted in directly saving the life of the resident. And whereas if it were not for the actions of Officer Stevens, the unresponsive male would certainly have perished. Officer Stevens' actions during this incident are a credit to herself, the City of Manassas Park Police Department, and the entire City of Manassas Park. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the governing body hereby recognizes the life-saving measures taken by Officer Stevens and urges that all citizens show their gratitude and appreciation for this officer and all of our public safety officials who carry out their mission to protect us every day. Be it further resolved that Officer Amber P. Stevens is awarded with a Performance Spotlight Award certificate for her outstanding service by the governing body and signed by both the mayor and the city manager of Manassas Park. The next is recognition of Lieutenant Andrew T. Shoemate for his life-saving actions and outstanding service to the city. Whereas the governing body of the City of Manassas Park are extremely grateful for the great service provided to our community by all of our employees, and whereas the governing body desires to recognize outstanding performance of our employees as they accomplish important projects, innovate solutions, and/or are recognized by residents and/or partners in our community and region for their outstanding work. And whereas on the evening of March 27th, 2020, the Manassas Park Police Department officers responded to a motorcycle accident call on Manassas Drive and Mace Street and were first on the scene. And whereas Lieutenant Shoemate discovered the driver of the motorcycle had nearly severed her leg and was losing a large amount of blood and losing consciousness. And whereas Lieutenant Shoemate immediately retrieved his tourniquet and used his tactical emergency casualty care skills to aid the victim and kept the patient alive. And whereas Lieutenant Shoemate's quick action and recognition of the severity of the medical emergency resulted in directly saving the life of the victim. And whereas if it were not for the actions of Lieutenant Shoemate, the victim would have certainly perished. Lieutenant Shoemate's actions during this incident are a credit to himself, the City of Manassas Park Police Department, and the entire City of Manassas Park. And now therefore be it resolved that the governing body hereby recognizes the life-saving measures taken by Lieutenant Shoemate and urges that all citizens show their gratitude and appreciation for this officer and all of our public safety officials who carry out their mission to protect us every day. Be it further resolved that Lieutenant Andrew T. Shoemate is awarded with a Performance Spotlight Award Certificate for his outstanding service by the governing body and signed by both the mayor and the city manager of Manassas Park. So the staff recommendation is that the governing body adopt the attached resolutions recognizing Lieutenant Dustin W. Walker for his heroic actions, Officer Nathan H. Fries for his life-saving measures, Officer Amber P. Stevens for her life-saving measures, and Lieutenant Andrew T. Shoemate for his life-saving measures. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries. Thank you. We won. And now I turn it over to the chief.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, members of City Council. Just want to say thank you for recognizing these officers for these life-saving actions that they took recently throughout this year. Also, the ability to be able to present the police department's own life-saving award. The police department's award, life-saving awards to any member of the police department who saves or attempts to save a human life through application of medical efforts exceeding their normal call of duty. The saving or attempting to save the life of by rescue of a person that is in imminent danger of death. And I think what you just read actually displays what this award is for. So I have Captain Wisdom here that's going to present the life-saving award for the department. Unfortunately, Lieutenant Shoemate couldn't attend tonight, so we'll definitely pass on what you guys said tonight. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Yes. Go ahead.
Sergeant Amber, can you come up? So the Stevens is your life-saving award for the life that you saved on January 25th, 2020. Officer Freeze. Officer Freeze is your life-saving award for the life that you saved on April 16th, 2020. Lieutenant Walker, this is your life-saving award for the life that you saved recently.
That's very nice.
Would anyone like to say a few words? Okay, no, that's okay, no pressure. Okay. Okay.
We were very proud of you.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, we were very proud of you.
We're very proud of you. We're proud of everyone, but we're really especially proud of you folks tonight. That's why we're here. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Are they on duty tonight?
Okay, there are no presentations. Moving on to the consent agenda. Consent agenda consists of approval of the minutes of November 16th and November 17th of 2020, and approval of the city's 2021 legislative agenda that will be sent on to our state representatives. Do we have a motion?
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, 9A, moving on to 9A, which is extension of the performance agreement for the Palisades Site Plan 13-03. Hi.
Thank you, Mayor, members of governing body. I'm Michelle Berry, the zoning administrator for the city. Oxford Palisades has requested a 3-month extension to their performance agreement. The current agreement is to expire December 26th of this year. They thought that they would get through the development and the settlement agreement that they reached in February of this year between the two parties. If you recall, the Palisades development consists of 2 areas. One, the residential component, which is the 340-unit apartment complex that is already constructed, and a commercial strip area that has yet to be constructed, and that component of the site is vacant. Now, Oxford Properties is the sole developer of the site. Unfortunately, for the past few years, there's been a lot of disagreements and litigation between the two parties. And also, again, I failed to mention, but not only is the residential and commercial separate, they are also under separate ownership. And those owners have had disagreements. But luckily, earlier this year, they did reach a settlement agreement, and they agreed that they would submit a revised site plan that would break up the development into 2 phases. 1, the residential phase, and 2, the commercial component. That way Oxford could finish their development and development responsibilities. And then phase 2 would be the commercial component. When they're ready to develop, they could start that on their own, independent of Oxford. And once they submit, they would have to submit a new site plan at that time and go through the process of approval as well as any bonding. So this request is to extend the agreement. They couldn't quite make it and finish up everything they needed for Oxford to complete the development and request the bond, refunding the bonds to them. There's still a few items left over, and one of them is the completion of the pedestrian trail. That is a component of the revised site plan, and that will be constructed as part of the agreement with Palisades. And with this site plan revision, there are a deed and easements that need to be recorded. There were some revisions to the pedestrian pathway. That has gone to the staff. The city has approved the site plan revision. The last component is to get signatures of all the parties on this deed and plat. That is pending, but we do believe that that will be recorded this month. And then the Palisades can continue, or Oxford can continue finishing the construction of the trail. They have also requested a bond reduction. That is an administrative request that staff is reviewing right now, and we will handle that separately. The extension does require governing body approval, and while Oxford requested a 3-month, staff believes that a 6-month extension is appropriate, so there's a bit of leeway there if there's any further delay, and they won't have to come back to the governing body. We are anticipating this is the last extension request. We're very hopeful for that. And again, we just wanted to give them just double the time there for 6 months. And staff is recommending approval of the extension. We do believe that we will see this to completion and Oxford can get off their bonds and finish this project. And then furthermore, once the commercial park, the owner of Park Place is ready to construct, they can do so at their within their own time frame, and also they would also be under separate bonding where Oxford would not be a party to that. If Dean may have some additional information for you, did you want to say anything
I was just
else?
available if there are any questions, but
I'm sure he does have information.
well, I have,
The question that I sent you earlier?
you wanted me to explain about the bonding?
Yes,
Okay, so
please.
initially there was one developer and there was one bond for the entire project. As we all know, the residential and commercial developers or owners didn't really see eye to eye on things, and they finally resolved their litigation. As Mickey pointed out, they did reach agreement on how to settle. The devil is in the details, though, and they had to finalize those documents. They were actually ready to go to record late last month, and they went down to the clerk's office. They found out that the plat was too big, so now they have to go back and get it signed by everyone once again. So it's not like we expect there will be a problem. It's just that's got to happen. Now, as far as the bonding goes, there is there's going to be, as Mickey pointed out, there'll be a separate site plan, and then the amount of that bond will be determined based upon that site plan. Okay, so they have what's called a unit price list, typically, where they'll estimate how much it would cost for the city to come in and complete this project, and that'll be the value of the bond. And I think they add a percentage, so for retainage. So that's all based upon the timeline of the owner of the commercial property. And it'll be entirely separate from this. Okay, and as you may already know, Oxford has sold this project, the residential piece, to another owner. And they are looking forward to having this done as well, because now they're on the hook. Oxford's still doing everything as the original developer, but the new owner has to sign everything. So it's a little bit of it's been a fun ride. But I think we're at the end now. And I did speak with the attorney for Oxford earlier this evening, and he said that they expect to have everything recorded this Friday, or signed at least, hopefully recorded this Friday, because the owner of the commercial property is leaving the country on Saturday, so they have to get this done, for vacation. So that it's once again kind of a push. But hopefully next week we'll have a very good report for you that it's been done.
Okay, so the performance bond on the commercial section after separation is to be determined.
Right.
Okay.
And so the bonds, so once they complete the trail, then the bond will be released, because that's pretty much all there is left on it, other than just some minor stuff that they've done everything. It's just a matter of proving to us that it works as designed. And I think they have the evidence of that. They just haven't provided it to us.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any questions or comments?
Are we sure this is the last extension?
Well, we can't guarantee it, but I'm 99.9% sure. But there's that 0.01%.
No guarantees in life, right?
I just want to point out that my very first meeting, before we even started in January of 17, was a closed session on this issue 4 years ago. And it's like,
It was approved in 2012.
I know, I'm just, I wasn't even, I was giving us the benefit of the doubt. Like literally my entire 4-year term, we have been dealing with this issue constantly. It's like whack-a-mole. You whack it down and it pops up somewhere else for some other reason.
Well,
So,
the problem was there were two parties we had no control over.
well,
They were
true.
in
It's,
litigation over something that was, actually each side could point the finger and have a pretty legitimate claim.
right. It's very frustrating because there was a commercial component that was approved 8 years ago with this residential, and the city has yet to see the commercial. So just on, behalf of the citizens, like we lost a lot of tax revenue in 8 years. Some of it we got at some point, but we haven't been getting anything on the commercial as it is. It just accepted it's vacant land. So we've lost a lot of revenue on this project because it never got built in a timely manner. And
You remember, we did actually get reimbursed for lost tax revenue for a couple of years.
yeah,
For a
I
year
mean,
and a half.
right, but not for the 8. I mean,
for the 8, no.
right. I'm just pointing out we lost over the long term. We've lost a lot of revenue, and we lost it based on a project that was approved with the commercial component with it.
That was approved prior to all of us.
Right, I know. I mean, that
Yeah,
literally that's
yeah.
how far back it goes.
Yes,
8 years. I mean,
yes.
literally none of us were here when that got approved. But it was my only point is that it was approved with the commercial in place, and we still have yet to see it.
When it was approved, there was an escrow, $1 million escrow, as kind of a hedge against something like this happening. That $1 million escrow did come to the city, and then the commercial or residential developer agreed to basically pay an additional year and a half worth of lost tax revenue. So we did, we got
some.
I mean, it probably covered a good 4 or 5 years of lost tax revenue. So I mean, it was not a complete wash. And the good news is that now that this has been resolved, they've also agreed the residential side has also agreed to support a proffer amendment, which is going to be necessary because the proffer requires them to build a building of a certain size. They may not be able to fit that on there now because that wall was built onto the commercial site, which was the subject of the litigation. So the good news is we look like we have a path forward for the commercial piece as well, not just getting the trail and just getting rid of this bond.
Right.
So fingers crossed, something good will be happening on there.
Okay. They're crossed. Are there any other questions?
I have a question.
Yes.
Mickey, what is expected when the commercial part is constructed? What do we expect? How big is the area?
So it's 22,750 feet was the proffered amount it was supposed to be. And that was based upon an exhibit that was also approved at the time. It looks like they cannot build that building to 22,750 as they need to, and that's the proffer amendment they might need. Now, there's a second half of this across Manassas Drive is phase 2 of the Palisades, and that's all supposed to be commercial. And there's 45,000 square feet, I think, of commercial over there. There might be ability to move some of it across the street so we don't lose, overall. Then again, there's a lot of different opportunities there. I know the city manager has some ideas for the commercial piece and the stuff across the street as well. So originally it was supposed to be 22,750 square feet of non-residential. Did that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay, thank you very much, Mickey and Dean. The staff recommended motion is that the governing body extend the performance agreement for the Palisades Site Plan SP number 13-03 with June 26, 2021 as the new expiration date.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, motion carries. Thank you. 9B is emergency snow removal, de-icing, and snow hauling. Calvin?
Good evening, Mayor Ritchell, Vice Mayor Banks, members of the council, citizens and staff. We're here tonight because we like to run snow crews during snow events on 12-hour shifts, 24-hour long, 2 shifts of 12 hours, and we like to staff them with 7 vehicles per shift. we went into this fall with 15 crew positions, counting supervisors and the superintendent. And as of early fall, we were in pretty good shape with all 15 of those positions filled. Going into this winter now, though, we had the unfortunate loss of one crewman. We've had a resignation, and we've got one of our supervisors out on long-term leave. So we're in pretty bad shape right now. We don't even have enough crew to run 2 shifts of 7. And we got our first real taste of what the COVID crisis can actually do to our crew after Thanksgiving. When Friday, when I left work, we had 4 people out on administrative leave. So we're in a bit of a bind. We know that it could potentially, with the COVID numbers increasing, that we could wind up in a real bind for snow operations. So we started taking a couple different approaches. One was to look for rideable contracts for snow removal services, and the other was to issue an RFP. So we have an RFP for snow removal assistance on the street as we speak. But Fairfax County has a contract for snow removal with Ashbrit. Some of you may remember that name. We used to actually have a contract through Prince William County with them for debris removal. They're a very large, reputable company. When they do large-scale disaster management, they have a lot of leased space where they set up disposal stations and things like that. And they do the same with snow. So we want to take an opportunity. This is zero cost to the city unless we would need to pull the trigger on it. And of course, we wouldn't be pulling the trigger on it without, without management permission and without the real need to do so. But Ashford is a reputable company. We were excited to see that they had a rideable contract that we could use. And this is really just an emergency precaution, something to have in our back pocket in case we wind up in a bind, short-staffed, and we encounter a snow event that we can't handle.
Are you done, Calvin?
Yeah, the staff recommendation is that we enter into an agreement with Ashbrit based on their contract with Fairfax County. Mm-hmm. And if there's any questions, I'd be happy to take them.
Okay, thank you, Calvin. For that,
I'm sorry.
yes, I was going to ask him.
There's actually 2 agreements. One is writing the Fairfax County contract. Mm-hmm. The other one's small procurement. They're both with Ashbrit. One of them is for 15 inches or greater, and that's the one we're writing. The other one is less than that, and that's for the small procurement.
Okay, thanks, Dean. Thank you. Calvin, for a small event, does Ashbrit have to contact their local contractor, or is the city permitted to make contact?
No, we would work through Ashbrit.
Okay, thank you. Okay, questions? Do you have any questions? Yes.
I had a concern about the contract because when I read it, and I won't be able to find it this quickly, I'm sure, but one of the things in there was that we had the right to, I don't know if it was terminate or something with if they weren't responsive for 72 hours. And my concern was that with snow removal, 72 hours is a long, long time. I mean, that's 3 days. So if they were not to be responsive for 3 days during the snow, our citizens would be very upset at the response, because also that would mean schools are closed, assuming they open for in-person this year, and emergency vehicles can't get through. And so I was just concerned maybe we could change that to 24 or 36 hours. That was my concern when I read the contract.
Those agreements you have in front of you, I haven't reviewed those yet. Those are just the form documents. They plugged in the names. You'll notice there's still stuff in there that's bracketed. I have not yet gone through those, so I'm going to go through them before they get approved. And that's why the motion that I gave the mayor does say subject to final city attorney review.
Right.
What is customary? Yeah. What is usual and customary for that time?
Well, that's something I'm not sure. I would work with our public works folks and find out. Okay. But that's standard language, and that's designed for just a normal services agreement.
I mean, I don't know what
Calvin, would you like to comment on that?
Yeah, we've had discussions with Ashbridge. We had to start discussions just to get to that small procurement agreement because when when they do the large scale 15-inch plus events, they fully mobilize and they have leased spaces around the area where they spend a lot of money setting up disposal areas for snow and for debris. We're talking major storms. So we had to enter into a conversation with them. Would they be willing and able to simply reach out to the contractors that they already have on standby for the smaller events? And they thought that sounded perfectly amenable. Now we understand that if the COVID crisis gets much worse and many public works departments in the area are facing the same challenge, then there's going to be a lot of draw on resources in the region anyways. But they were pretty certain that their contractors would be able to respond as we needed them. They didn't feel like there was going to be any real delay. And if we do get to that position where everybody in the area is fighting for resources, Ashbridge may be fully mobilizing anyways. But we are issuing an RFP for snow removal services, and we can certainly be as tight and confining on that agreement as we want to be. This is really just one of a couple different approaches that we're taking heading into this snow season so that we can be sure we have people to call so that if one option is not working out, and we can call on the other one.
Right. Absolutely.
Yes, ma'am.
Calvin, what is considered a small event?
So Ashbridge will mobilize their full forces under their Fairfax agreement in the region for an event over 15 inches. Chances are if the event is less than 6 inches, then we won't be running 24-hour operations anyways. If so, we wouldn't need 7 vehicles on the street at all times. We would be able to manage with smaller crews. So when we think of a small event, we're thinking for this purpose, something between 6 and 15 inches.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions or?
Yeah, I just wanted to circle back with Shoemakers. So you wanted the contract to be terminated if they don't respond within 72 hours?
I want to say I couldn't find it. Maybe it was in the other document you sent us.
Well, it's in the termination provision. So what you have in there is if they're unable to perform for a 72-hour period, that is a reason. One of the reasons we can terminate. I don't memorize.
It's on page 66 of our
packet,
66. By the way.
So
it's just one of many. So we list. So there's various ways to terminate. One is for convenience. We also have non-appropriation. And we also have for cause. That is one of the ones for cause. You'll see there's a few of them listed there, and typically, I think they left all the brackets in there as well. So you'll see there's some or language in there. So we just have to clean that up. That's just the standard form document that had some names plugged into it.
I don't see any brackets. I think.
Okay, that's good. They are elsewhere. I noticed them earlier, but
okay. I mean, is there an I guess my question to the 7 of us and Calvin is what would be our expectation for, we literally pick up the phone and say we need help with snow removal. What would the reasonable expectation be for the performance in this? I mean, I think we need to say that because there could be a situation where we need to activate them and then there's pushback from the citizens that say, well, you guys did a bad job. Like, I think that before we enter this kind of an agreement, we probably need to have a good sense of what's, if they do X, then we can check the box and say they did a good job and they met the expectations that we had. That's all I'm kind of asking about is what are our expectations of our contractor in this kind of situation, given that it's very time sensitive and it's very visible to the citizens, and they have an expectation that they want clear streets so they can go to work and things like that.
I would want to know. I would want to know what's usual and customary. What is your opinion, Calvin?
Right. So in our conversations with them, they're looking. All we have to do is give them notice, and they're guaranteed. They're essentially telling us that they're going to get us contractors here within hours. We will be running, we're not counting on our crew being entirely decimated. So at the onset of any major storm, we're going to have what crew we have available out there working. It would be continual operations. We can only work a crew for 12 hours. So we're going to, Asheville's going to have 12 plus hours to provide us with contractors, and they didn't see that as any problem.
So you would think 12 hours would be a good period of time to put in there then? They can't respond within 12
For them
hours?
to respond to us and provide us with services?
Yeah. They're unable to provide the services for a period of
I
time.
think we'll give them more time than that because we'll have we'll have a little bit of inside knowledge about how many crew are out, how many are on admin leave, how many are sick or unavailable. So we'll know ahead of a storm, a major storm forecast. We'll probably know 24 to 36 hours ahead of time that we're going to need some assistance. Unless the forecast is just completely wrong and they're calling for a minor storm and we're not prepared for a big storm that hits. But, we're going to be watching the forecast. We're going to know what our staff position is, and we're going to know 24 to 36 hours before the event if this is an event that's going to trigger the need for support services.
So then from the time that the city contacts the contractor, are you saying 12 to 24? Is that
24 to 36.
24?
We'll know a few days in advance that the snow is coming.
No, I understand that. I'm saying from the point that we contact the contractor, what is the time frame?
I may have heard 24 to 36.
24 to 36.
Instead of 72 hours is the recommendation. But that's just to grant us the right to. We don't have to terminate.
Yeah, it's just a trigger. So Calvin, if between 24 and 36, which one would you prefer to use as the breach of contract? 36?
Probably, because I just think we're going to have plenty of foreknowledge that there's a major storm event coming. We're going to understand the position that we're in, and we're not going to hesitate to ask for some support services if they're calling for a major snow event and we're understaffed to even handle a second shift.
Okay. So now to make sure that we're all on the same page, that 36 hours would be from the time Calvin calls them. Is that correct?
Well, the way it's written is just they're unable to provide services for a period of 36 hours. Now we can change that so that if they cannot respond within 36 hours after being notified.
Mm-hmm. Because it seems to me the other language might be a bit squishy.
It is just it's a form document that's designed to be manipulated as necessary.
Okay.
I wasn't, and I just, I wasn't even with the mindset of the termination.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to get into the mindset of what do we expect? What are our expectations, are for the contract? That was more the line I was thinking of,
I
because
understand that.
we want to make sure that, we're not a shopping center or or something where, you have a big contract to remove snow. Like the city, municipal government, we have a much higher standard, I think, in people's eyes to meet, than a private entity or privately owned.
And I was concerned about getting the sequence of events down.
Absolutely, absolutely. So
I may say something too.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to snow multiple times. It's not just going to be a one snow event.
Mm-hmm.
So if we put this, say, 12 hours, 24-hour restriction, and they fail the first time, then we're going to be scrambling to find somebody for the second time, third snow time.
We don't have to terminate.
We don't have to. That's what I'm saying.
No.
But I get a sense that we want to add something.
Oh, no, I don't.
It would be.
I don't think Donald meant that.
Oh,
yeah.
I was more of, I just wanted us to kind of think about when Calvin, is communicating with them is what are our service expectations under this contract? Not even from the termination number that's in there. Is if we call you, then, and I'm sure they do it just for us to know what our own expectations are.
Just what we expect of them. Okay. Yeah.
So
that's typically put in the proposal. I don't know what.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought I saw.
All we have is a letter this time. We can ask them to beef up the letter.
I mean, maybe they with the original bid in Fairfax, maybe they were more not exhaustive, but maybe they were more verbose in terms of what they offer, how much equipment they have, what services that they offer. I mean, we got a kind of a more bare bones because we're riding a contract that's already existing in another locality, but more that I'm sure Fairfax received more from this company than we're getting right now.
Well, but, okay, when we write a contract, we get the same treatment as they do.
I know, but we're not getting the same documentation. So
their contract is incorporated into ours. We have the same language.
I know, but we don't see what it is.
No, it's available. I know that it's up on the website as a additional document.
I'll take a look. I'm just, from what was like right here in our packet, like somebody wouldn't have seen it. That's all I'm saying.
Do you, since this is pending final review by city attorney, do you have a sense for where we're going with this?
In what way?
What our expectations are?
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
What you guys-
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I got you.
That was
okay.
I had one other question that was
Okay,
on
go
something else. Is maybe this is a Calvin question. Do they offer, in the sense that we may, we don't know what the future holds, would they be willing to do the brining that we do on our own streets? Or do they have equipment that can brine streets that we can provide the brine?
Well, we have
to
a
their
brine
vehicles?
making machine, so I would think we would continue, if we have the staff power, I would hope that we would continue to do our own.
Right. I'm saying is, do they have vehicles that can take our brine and brine streets in advance of a snow event?
Yeah, we didn't really investigate that because, we already have the crew split into two to try to ensure that if there is any positive cases, that we only would have to quarantine half of the crew. So they're operating out of different staging locations. They're operating completely separate vehicles and equipment.
Okay.
So those two separate crews should help us to ensure that we always have the 2 or 3 folks necessary to get out there and do the pre-treatment operations.
Right.
It's the long-term snow removal process during major storms that concerns us.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Calvin.
Vice Mayor Banks, do you have a question?
Yes, thanks. So, Calvin, you just mentioned the big storms. Let's say we get another Snowmageddon like in 2010. And for some reason, this contractor cannot bring their crew out our way. In terms of your thinking, what's your game plan for snow removal?
So we didn't have one of these major contracts in place for Jonas either. And at that point in time, we turned to our local contractors to get their equipment and machinery. At that point, our major issue wasn't as much plowing as it was snow removal, which is a major portion of Ashbrit's 15-inch plus contract with Fairfax County. When you have been plowing snow for a few days and there's no place left to put it, your only option is to start hauling it up. So we start looking for, large bucket equipment and people with dump trucks. That's how we survived Jonas. We didn't have a major contract with this. We just had to find local contractors who had equipment sitting in the yard. And fortunately, during those times, your site contractors aren't typically out there working through a snowstorm. So they're usually able to find a few pieces of equipment that aren't being utilized to come lend a hand. But that would be plan C. As I said, this is part of a 2-phase approach. We've got an RFP on the street for snow removal services. This is an easy rideable contract. And if all else fails, we'll be calling our local contractors to see if we can get equipment support.
Okay. And my final question is, you mentioned that the loss of your staff. I mean, would it be better to, thinking in the future of next year, just to fill up and hire your staff instead of going with this contractor option?
So we've talked a lot of, we even batted around approaching, with part-time staff. The only concern is that are the guys properly trained? Do they know our snow routine? Are they familiar with the equipment? And, what protections do we have with part-time staff? So there's a lot of options we're going to explore between this winter and next winter But for right now, the options that we all felt were most feasible was to, move forward with some contracts that we have some triggers to pull in case we get into a bind, and to rely on local contractors if all else fails. But yeah, we've been batting around many options, and one of those is looking into how we can staff through a winter to make sure that we can run 2 full shifts, 12-hour shifts, 24 hours a day.
Okay, that's it. Thank you, Preston. Any other questions, comments? Okay. I just had one last question. Are the insurance amounts listed in number 7 standard?
Those are what I always put in all the contracts. Yeah.
Okay. Just checking.
Yeah.
Just check. Okay.
Yeah, they, for some of the smaller contractors don't have that, and so if I have to adjust them a little bit, typically they can get umbrella insurance to come up to those limits.
Okay.
The 2 and 4, 2 million for a single and 4 in the aggregate for a commercial liability. Is that the one you're talking about? Yeah, that's standard for us, for the size of operations we typically have.
Okay, thank you. Okay, there are 2 motions. Actually, pending final review was not on what you sent me, so I'll just throw it on both. Okay. Okay. The first one, that the governing body approve and authorize the city manager to sign an agreement with Ashbrit Inc. for snow removal, de-icing, and snow hauling services during major snow events, 15 inches or greater, using cooperative procurement in substantially the form presented, pending final review by city attorney.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries. Our second motion is that the governing body approve and authorize the city manager to sign an agreement with Ashbrit Inc. for snow removal, de-icing, and snow hauling services during minor snow events less than 15 inches, using the city's small purchase procedures in substantially the form presented, pending final review by city attorney.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, Calvin.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have FY21 budget amendment.
Good evening, everybody. Again, let me get the files open here before I start.
And if I could have just a moment, and if you could indulge me, City Manager, since next Tuesday we have our final meeting of the year, folks may wish to participate electronically, so Lena has the plaques, and City Manager will present those during City Manager time, if that's okay with you. Okay, thank you.
Okay, good evening, everybody. Again, can everyone at home see the slide? All right, thumbs up, impressive. Okay, so tonight I'll be going over the FY 21 budget amendment, but I'll be starting with really the FY 20 budget closing, recapping some of the things that were discussed in the audit, and I can also, after the presentation, I can bring up the latest audit as well and show you what pages those exhibits are that he was referencing on the audit on the website. But I will start off with fund balance positions, as the auditor mentioned earlier. After going into the details in the FY20 budget, after that, we'll go over the FY21 budget, the major highlights, and the actual budget table. Same thing with the enterprise fund budgets for FY21 amendment as well. And then, as always, I'll bring up the spreadsheet and just go over for you all, and especially for the public, to give them an understanding of how our budget spreadsheet looks and how to read it and how to read changes from the original adopted FY21 budget. And then I'll kind of cap leaving with the discussion of next steps for the budget itself. So FY20, a lot of good news. You can see this is some of these slides are a repeat from last year, but now adding the FY20 column to that. You can see starting in FY17, On the top there, the general fund balance, and specifically the unassigned fund balance positions, and I'll show you where to find that in the audit as well. You can see where we were in 17. In the next slide, you'll see where we were in 16 was even worse. But how we've grown over the last few years, especially in FY20, and tremendous savings for the city in FY20 to get us to a very strong financial position. So a surplus of $2.3 million added to the fund balance, and you can see the white table below that, the school and city surpluses the last few years. So I want to thank both city staff and school staff for being frugal with taxpayer dollars and not having that mentality that you have to spend it or you lose it, but being proud of being under budget as the best that we can. So both of us have contributed to that significantly. And then as a reminder, you saw in FY19 that we had a smaller surplus, but that was the year of the peak debt spike as well that we had to deal with as well. For the enterprise fund balances, you heard earlier tonight that those are getting stronger. That was mainly due to the stormwater, water and sewer fund balance. You can see it's been relatively stable, going up and going down the last few years. That's planned. Remember, we're planning to kind of spend that down a bit as we invest more in our capital infrastructure. This year, we planned for a capital deficit of $1.2 million, but we ended up only having a deficit of $500,000. And then for stormwater, we're seeing strong growth, and again, that's planned to build up that fund balance in preparation for the Russia Branch Stream Restoration Project, which is a very large project, but which we hope to bring potentially a solution next year or next calendar year that may reduce that price tag a little bit. That's something that Calvin and Alan are working on right now. So we hope to be able to present a solution to help our taxpayers with that and not have to have this high level fee contributing towards that major project there. And then the trash fund, you can see, is likely going to be positive by the end of FY21, start of FY22. So it's been negative for a long time. You can see how negative it was in FY17, but we've been budgeting very conservatively and getting it to the point where it's no longer a drain on the city's financial position and getting it to at least a positive position. You don't really have to grow a fund balance for that one, although with the contract year coming up next year, it's probably good to have a little bit of cushion as well, depending on what kind of returns we get on that contract. These are unassigned fund balance positions. And when you're looking at the audit specifically, the key exhibit for the general fund to look at is Exhibit 3. It's always Exhibit 3. That's our balance sheet. And so let me fix this slide. I'm not sure what happened to it here. It's off screen. Let me fix that real quick. See that? Okay, that's a bit better. It's so up to the right a little bit down. So you can see on the top table we have 2016, and on the bottom we have 2020. It's the same Exhibit 3, and if you pull up the CAFR, the 2016 CAFR on the finance page of our website, go to page 8 of the audit, it's page 19 of the PDF, and you'll find the Exhibit 3. And then for the FY20 draft CAFR, and when we get the final, and I believe Con received the final one today, we'll replace the draft with the final one, and it's currently page 40 of the PDF, and hopefully we'll have an actual audit page number as well for the final version. But that's where to look for these and the key numbers to look at. So these were the numbers that the auditor was referencing. That column on the left, the general fund operating fund balance. You can see in 2016 it was a positive $982,000. That was what was shown on the slide this evening. That row there is called the unassigned. The ones on top again we can't really touch for they're assigned at specific purposes such as the MBTA Transportation Fund or PRTC profit funds, which we're using right now for the MBTA contribution instead of the C&I tax. So those are kind of committed funds. The unassigned is the true reflection of the city position. That left column is the operating budget fund balance, if you want to think of it that way. That's the number that the creditors use to evaluate city health, and you can see that's grown by about $7 million since our low point in 2016. So in 4 years, we've fixed that fund and grow by roughly $7 million. Again, that's the good news from a creditor standpoint. When they want to see how financially healthy we are, they'll look at that column. For our purposes as management, the true value of our city or financial position of our city is that red box there, the column all the way on the right. That's the total governmental funds when you take the operating, the capital, the debt, the proper, and non-major governmental funds. When you get the unassigned, so those that aren't committed for other things, the free money or the flexible money that we have, what our true financial position is. And you can see again in FY16, we were at a negative $1.1 million. So our true financial position was we were broke in FY16. We were actually in a negative position in FY16. You can see that it's grown now to a positive $4 million by the end of FY20. So in 4 years, we went from a negative $1 million to now a positive $4 million. So $5 million swing, again, reinforcing kind of the confidence that the state had in us when we presented our plan to them a few years ago to not label us fiscally distressed, that we were going to get to this point. They believed us, as did the creditors who didn't sanction us for not being in proper fund balance. They believed us, and we delivered on our promises to get to this position. You can see, again, the purple box, just as reference, is the creditors, and the red box is the true financial position. And I apologize if it looks different on the screen than what it is on the slide, so I'm sorry if it looks a little sloppy up there. Again, it's getting a little bit cut off on the right there, so I apologize for that. The FY20 results, audit results, again, I want to thank the finance department, especially Pon, for everything she's done since you all brought her to the organization in early 2017. It's just incredible that we went from being unauditable in such a negative position to getting an award and then having zero management issues. You all remember how long the management issues were in FY16? And that, again, it's just great work from the finance department, especially Pon, for everything she's done to bring her expertise from an accounting perspective on proper financial management. And then again, all of your tough votes that you've had to do over the last few years to get us here. That again, solving these kinds of problems, getting the fundamentals isn't always the most exciting thing to let people know about, but it's fundamental to being able to do anything else that we want to accomplish. So we're now on the right path. And you can see that second bullet, our fund balance ratio that the creditors are looking at. Remember, they want us to be at 15%. We're now at 18.2%. So that's a pretty good growth there. So we're satisfying those needs that the creditors and again the state was looking at as well when they evaluated us. We're at that point where they wanted us to be a few years ago. Where we want to look at, of course, is we want to be better than strictly just a definition that's not necessarily a true reflection of total financial position, is a true fund balance ratio. We want to get that to at least 15%, but again, we want to probably get closer to where S&P and Moody's and others would consider giving us a AAA credit rating, which is going to be usually above 20%-ish, but at least for 15%. We're getting closer. You can see we're now at around 9%. When we were at negative 2.8% in FY16. So we made a dramatic improvement in our true financial position, and you can see the math for how to get those different ratios. The math there, the 4 million divided by the 44.6 million, that's the FY20 numbers to figure out the 9% ratio, and the numbers above that, the 8.1 million divided by 44.6 is how to get the 18.2% for FY20. That's just taking the numbers from that previous slide and dividing them by the available revenues that we have for the budget. So,
is that just general fund? That doesn't include. That's
just the general fund.
So that doesn't include stormwater, water and sewer, or you know what I'm talking, and
solid waste.
And solid waste. Yeah. It doesn't include any of that money.
It doesn't include that, but again, the water fund is probably our strongest fund right now. It isn't in the long term. We'll certainly talk about that in FY22, but for right now, it's in a very strong position, and stormwater is growing in a strong position. Solid waste is probably the worst. Solid waste is still where we were in FY16, but you all, again, took some pretty good measures or middle of 2017 to start turning around the solid waste deficit, and that's still paying dividends today. It just takes a while. We didn't want to put all of that burden on our residents to overturn that position immediately, but we've been growing it faster even than my prediction, so that's great. Again, these are all great accomplishments from where we were 4 years ago, and this finally, I think, opens us up to some exciting budget opportunities to start looking at things that we wanted to do for the longest time and just haven't been able to do because of the reality of our true financial position. So I'm hoping if the real estate values hold during COVID-19, and so far, at least the residential real estate market is looking pretty good, but we'll have to wait and see what the assessors say. It's the commercial real estate that I'm a little bit more concerned about, but again, if those numbers can hold value, I think we have a great potential in FY22 to really start targeting some of those priorities that we've been talking about the last few years for spending, but that we've shown great restraint in holding back to make sure we get to this position first. So we always, previously we're saying FY23 survival mode since our retreat in 2017. I think we're getting there in FY22, so I think that's great news. Specifically for the budget, kind of what caused this great performance this year. Our collections real estate, again, Patty's just doing a wonderful job, up to 99% in collection rate. We were short by $200,000 in collection, but we're up to 99%. Remember when we were looking at these numbers back in 2016 or 2017, we really didn't know what the true amounts were. And then when we knew, we were figuring roughly around like a 91% collection rate. We're up now to 99%, so that's great. Personal property, we're down from last year, but again, last year, as a reminder, was when we first instituted decals. So what we thought was our personal property tax base actually grew to more. That's why you had that over 100% collection rate, because it just grew your base significantly by reinstituting the decals. And then this year, we kind of came back to earth, but much stronger still than kind of where we were before just a few years ago. So even that 95% with how difficult it is to deal with personal property tax and decal enforcement and everything else, we're getting better, but we still have a ways to go. But the decals certainly helped us get closer to where we need to be with that.
Well, especially too, because some people paid multiple years in 1 year, so that also could have been the 102%, because somebody might have paid 2 or 3 years worth to get a decal, so they were actually pulling from other years that ended up.
Other years is more than 102%. Like we split out our budget all previous fiscal years. It was just that 1 year.
Oh wow!
Even more so. Like if you looked at what our expectations were for previous years, the number was incredible. Because you're absolutely right. People were paying for many years in the past that haven't been paying. So we did a lot of supplemental bills. Debbie processed a lot of supplemental bills last year to add to the personal property rules, which has helped us in our financial position pretty dramatically.
And it increases the base for every year going forward.
Correct.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Sales tax has been doing much better. Even this year, you'll see that in FY21 budget as well. But FY20 closing, we dropped down our forecast when COVID-19 started, but actually it outperformed our original budget estimate. So it did better than what we were thinking it was going to do even pre-pandemic. So that's a strong sign. We did take a hit though, especially with meals tax. So it's clear our restaurants are the ones who are suffering the most from the pandemic, and we're going to keep kind of that forecast for FY21 with the meals tax reduction as well. And then DPOL, we'll see. We had a little bit less in FY20, and we'll see if that trend continues or gets even worse because of COVID. We did have some of our industrial businesses applying for the business grant, and those are the main drivers of our DPOL tax as well. So they're claiming a lot of revenue loss as well. We continue each year to lose court fine revenues, unfortunately. There's different laws and other things that are restricting the court's ability to collect on their fines, so that's going to keep hurting us. Luckily, we implemented the Tyler system for Encode for parking tickets, and that helped balance out that loss in court revenue. So we were able to collect $123,000 more in parking ticket revenue, and most of that again wasn't properly being tracked before we implemented Tyler. 21,000 more in EMS cost recovery revenue. That's kind of a bad news thing. That's COVID-19 impacts here. We're continuing to see that trend of just more EMS calls. And then grantor's tax, not only last year, but even this year, you'll see in my budget adjustments, just the sale of homes are just doing great right now. So we're getting more revenue from that. And then 2 consecutive years now of spending less in CSA. Remember, we got dinged in the FY17 audit for not having properly budgeted for CSA. So we try to be a little bit more conservative now and have a higher number, because in 16-17, they just saw a wave of kids come, and that pushed the budget over than what they had previously forecasted, and we got dinged in the audit. So we've been trying to kind of keep it at a higher level, but we're performing under, but again, at any moment that can flip and we can get to that full potential. So we don't really want to touch that number until we get more clarity. But that resulted in $165,000 less in reimbursement revenue. But again, we didn't expend as much either on the expenditure side. Parks and Rec revenues are a big challenge right now in COVID-19. You'll see it in this FY20 budget closing and also in FY21 forecast. So in FY20, we lost $500,000 in revenue from the community center being shut down. This year, it's improved somewhat since we reopened, but we don't have the same kind of customer base, and we likely won't until the vaccine is through the population. So there's not much we can do in terms of revenue expansion for Parks and Rec. So overall, we had about $1.3 million less in revenues, not counting CARES Act. So this analysis, I'm completely ignoring CARES Act because that's kind of money in, money out, and it kind of inflates our budget position, but it's not a true reflection of our budget.
We were very fortunate. We could have been hurt even worse.
Yeah.
We were very fortunate.
Is there a, and I don't know if it's too early for this, but for Parks and Rec, is there a thought that summer 2021 will be, I hate to use the word normal, but close to normal versus kind of what we've been seeing, which was, cancellation of all programs, things like that. Like, is there a thought that summer 2021 is going to be more normal, like with camps and extended care and events? I mean, you think we're going to be there by the summer?
We'll be offering the same services we were last summer. Whether people come out or not, I think that's going to depend on how many people actually get the vaccine and how effective it's going to be as well.
I've heard some estimates that this will probably be with us all through 21.
Oh my gosh.
Again,
so
not only the manufacturing of the vaccines, but then again, just do people trust it? Want to do with that. So that's the key issue that may delay a lot of things. Return to normalcy for Parks and Rec, closing the deal with the theater. A lot of things, unfortunately, are going to be impacted by or delayed.
So even though we're doing better and we're fortunate, there's still a degree of uncertainty out there regarding COVID.
I mean, I wasn't sure. I thought maybe you might say Jay's not planning to do anything in summer. It's going to be shut down. You know what I mean? Like, that could be one where you think it's just a no-go versus probably versus yes. And I think we're at probably.
Well, we don't know the future.
Yeah, you can't predict. We're getting hit pretty hard right now in the winter, and we haven't closed down. I mean, we won't close down, but we've kept things open. We haven't reinstituted things like extended care preschool. We're delaying that until likely the winter's over. Probably March is what we're looking at right now, because it looks like it's going to be a bad winter. But most of our programs, you saw a dip in the summer last year. So even again, if COVID remains with us, I'm hoping it's not as strong as it was last year. But even last year's summer was actually pretty good when you're looking at when we've been impacted this year. It's kind of learning from COVID. Spring we took a big hit, and now winter it's looking like it's the same as spring. It probably would have been worse than spring had we had our population not been used to this now and kind of taking more proactive measures. This which wasn't heavily touted back in the spring, unfortunately.
Right.
So I think we're doing better, but winter as predicted is not looking good. But our goal is to have everything fully functional this summer. We're continuing with July 4th fireworks, but to Mayor's point, we just can't predict what's going to happen. I didn't see this happening, but what if the vaccine doesn't work? So far, the data is indicating that it is going to work, but you just can't predict what's going to happen in the future. But we do hope to return to full normalcy with our Parks and Rec as soon as possible.
Go ahead.
For expenditures, we saw savings, and this is a trend that's continuing in FY21 for all different kinds of the gamut for criminal justice services, so the juvenile detention facility or jails, the kind of intervention programs that we fund through the county. All those have seen a reduction in expenditures, pretty significant savings in FY21, and we're forecasting the same kind of savings in FY21 as well. A lot of that, again, a big push to not have a large jail population during the pandemic, because those were seen as kind of areas that were causing spread as well. So we don't know if these trends are going to continue post-COVID-19 or not, so we shall see. And the schools, they came under expenditures by $507,000, so kudos to them for their savings. The city spent $426,000 less in capital. CSA was under budget expenditures by $350,000, so even though we saw 160,000 less revenue. The expenditures are down because it's not 100% us or 100% state funded. We have to fund, I believe, 48% of the CSA expenditures. And then turnover again, as each year, has resulted in less expenditures on the salary line items, but causing tremendous amount of stress, operational stress on our departments. But you can see the financial savings from the turnover. And then we did reduce our Parks and Rec operations in terms of staffing levels, because you're just seeing a lot less customers, so you don't have to have kind of full staffing. You'll see that in the FY21 budget as well, that the revenues were forecasting way down, but we did some serious spending reductions as well in Parks and Rec to kind of match that decrease in customer volume. And we did the same thing, started to do the same thing in FY20 as well, with the reduction in part-time salary. And then just some generic, you'll see through in the budget, we budget a certain way, and you see all these areas where we just come down a few $1,000s before that line item, and all that's pretty cumulative across our lengthy budget there, and it ends up being $1 million, and just every department doing the best they can to stay under those line items as best you can. So overall, we spent about $3.3 million less than what was budgeted. These were the major drivers of that.
Mm-hmm.
How many people does the turnover line represent?
Oh, I would have to dive into the data, but the biggest one, again, as briefed before, was PD, who's been seeing like 50% turnover. But it's pretty standard. I would say PD, fire, DSS were probably the worst the last few years. Parks and Rec has always been the best. They just had the least turnover across the city. But PD, fire, and DSS took some pretty big hits.
I mean, is that like 15 people? Is it 20 people?
Across the city?
Yeah, I mean.
Across the city, yeah, I would say it's probably that number.
Like 20 people.
Yeah. So moving on to FY21, some of the highlights. So I'll break down positive impacts, neutral impacts, and then negative financial impacts. These aren't necessarily saying they're bad things or good things. They're just, are they improving our financial position or impacting it negatively, or no impact at all? So for the positive financial impacts, again, sales tax, you'll see we're increasing the forecast by $544,000. That's not from where we would have, how much we would have increased had we kept our steady state forecast. But remember, in the FY21 budget, we reduced sales tax forecast pretty significantly. We're bringing it back to normalcy essentially, and maybe a little bit higher as well based off of the performance from last year. So it's not $544,000 normal above the normal, it's $544,000 above the COVID-19 forecasted sales tax revenue. But again, because we budgeted conservatively when we did that FY21 budget, this ends up being a positive, which is good news, because imagine if it had held true, at least we had taken the steps to be prepared for that. So this now becomes a financial benefit for us. Parking increase in revenue for parking fines, that's even after adjusting it based off last year's performance. We just keep doing better and better as police continues to increase enforcement for that. It could be higher again. The delinquencies for that one, just uncollected amount, just keep skyrocketing, similar to kind of how personal property tax and real estate tax delinquencies were back in 2017 when we evaluated that. So I think we can do a lot better with parking fine revenue collection through that internal capability that we really started talking about this fall. And then additional $51,000 from other police-related sources, such as the state HB 599 funds, and then an extra COVID-19 grant that the police was able to secure. $120,000 more in community development revenue forecasted, and that's all because of the downtown and VDOT. So VDOT, their annual maintenance funds is growing by about $20,000 for the state, and then the downtown is forecasted to bring an additional $101,000 from site plan review fees, building permit fees, all those things that phase 3 and phase 4 are going to be bringing in here over the next year. And that's going to probably continue for a while, especially the building permits as the different residential units are brought online. Recordation taxes keep going up as well. So you can see that increase in FY21 based off of how we're doing so far, and also in FY20. And then you can see the budget expenditure reductions in Parks and Rec, where we cut them by nearly $500,000 in this budget amendment to keep up pace with the less customer demand. or the fewer customers showing up, and then the dramatic loss in revenues as well to decrease the financial impact. We want to keep their capabilities alive. We want to be ready. We want to serve those customers that continue to come with us, and then hopefully as the vaccine rolls out, more and more will show up, and then we'll be able to expand part-time staffing if we start generating more and more revenue. And then jail costs, we reduce the budget amount by $450,000 for the budget amendment based off of actual year-to-date numbers, and then what happened last year as well. We don't see those trends changing, at least for the FY21 budget. Neutral financial impacts. Again, we received a deposit from the developer for phase 3 developer Norton Scott for $1.269 million, and we deposited that in the fund for a continual land acquisition for phase 3. So that's money in, money out. Wasn't our money. It's from the developer. And then $1.9 million in carryover transportation capital projects. The biggest one being the Mosby Drive project, which we were trying to do in FY20. Ran into complications and ended up doing in FY21. And then $68,000 in carryover revenue, and then I put Cabell Drive sale, but I should put property sale. So when we sold that house a year ago now to generate the revenues for the Blooms facility projects, the library building, and the what was going to be the photo registrar building, but now a city storage facility, just carrying over additional of those revenues to help complete those projects, plus make convert the cart barn into a storage facility for city PPE, cleaning supplies, and other storage capacity. So those are the positive and neutral for kind of the negative, and not necessarily bad things, but just items that will impact our financial position. And I try to underline those that are discretionary, that you guys can say no. We want to hold things back. The others are just kind of things that are happening, like the $60,000 less in meals tax. So we had already reduced in the FY21 budget our meals tax forecast. We're reducing it even further based off of what we saw in FY20 and what we continue to see. Hopefully their reopening will help kind of turn that around. But we want to be conservative with this based off of the data we're seeing. You can see that Parks and Rec revenue loss, we're forecasting about $800,000 in revenue loss from Parks and Rec from the community, just less, fewer customers, which is one of the reasons why we don't have to shut down, because we're not being overwhelmed with customers, and Jay and his team are able to kind of keep kind of the 25-person rule that the governor has put out right now in effect, and make sure people aren't crowding too much. So we're able to, if we see, start seeing a dramatic amount of people showing up, well, good for our revenue, but we may have to consider shutting down to not make that a place of spread, unfortunately. So it's kind of counter right now. It's a lose-lose situation right now with Parks and Rec. $85,000 less in court revenues again. We just continue to see that decline. $30,000 less in fire marshal permit revenues. Some of that's because where the amount of inspections have just decreased with COVID. We're not sending Robbie and his team as much into businesses, trying to reduce that person-to-person contact as much as possible. Because Robbie is also one of the deputies now for Chief Soper as well, so we can't afford to have him out. And am proposing a 1% pay raise. As a reminder, we were trying to do a 2% pay raise pre-COVID. We scaled back into 0% for our employees to kind of wait out COVID-19 and see what the financial impacts are going to be. Mainly because of the sales tax revenue, right? How that's been able to come back strong. I think we can afford to do at least a 1% pay raise mid-budget year, and then let's see what the assessment data is going to say in March to truly reflect what our financial position is going to be.
I think that's important, and that's a wise approach, very wise.
And then we can come back in the spring after that and see, do we want to do the remaining, or can we afford to do the remaining 1% or not? Hazard pay stipend, that was for those employees who CARES Act could not cover, just to make up for that. And then unfortunately, our payroll manager is going to be retiring. That's a lot of experience there. One-person show. So at the end of this fiscal year, she'll be retiring. So we're going to have turnover. Plus, we're going to have to try to hire someone early, with a 1 or 2 month kind of lead up training time, so we don't have kind of a complete turnover without any proper training there as well. So I put that in the budget to make sure that we don't have any fall in kind of payroll services when Jen retires.
Transition.
Yeah.
That's sad.
And then, we're trying to do something for our employees. We haven't kind of figured out what it is. And of course, a lot of it's probably going to be dependent on COVID, but we would like to reserve some kind of money to see if hopefully the vaccine kind of does its thing and things open up, but we can try to do some fun activities for our employees post COVID-19. They've had a really hard year and just a lot of stuff. I mean, you saw earlier tonight, just within a few months, all that the police had to do to save those lives within the, that short span of time. So it's been a very stressful year. And so we'd like to do something for our employees. We tuck that into the HR budget, and Valerie and Keith are still kind of investigating what different options are to do something fun for our employees and kind of get back. And again, that's another discretionary one as well. That's why I have that underlined. Another discretionary one, but I would argue this one is critical based off the downtown. We're going to be overwhelmed. We already are overwhelming Calvin and Mickey here, who are kind of the site plan reviewers, but you see everything else that Calvin does as well. You see everything else that Mickey has to do. We need help in terms of reviewing all these plans that we're getting, to do the proper building inspections as well, right, to stay on top of all the development happening over the next few years. In previous years, there were multiple positions again for that section when we were doing all the residential development. We really need to do that. And again, the revenues are more than there. And those revenues that we're creating, additional revenues from the downtown, are really for this purpose, right? That's why we charge those fees, is to be able to provide these kind of reviews for the developers to make sure that they can get the development done well for those who are living there and who are going to be moving into there, including us, who are going to be one of the tenants, and timely as well for our residents. Then we're putting in a cushion for the professional service line item for the downtown support. There's a lot of things happening kind of on the side. There's a city hall design support, the consulting support that we're using for that. There's a lot of things that the city attorney has been doing that has been discussed in closed session in terms of legal steps that we had to take, where we're incurring kind of some increased expenditures relating to preparing kind of the downtown, the city hall. Some of that's being charged to this line item, some of that to another legal fee line item. That one's still, I think, good enough, but this one, we want to place a cushion in there for downtown support. I'm putting in here as well, I should have underlined this one, I apologize, I forgot to underline this one, but this one may become necessary here. Calvin's doing a structural assessment, but we do have one home that's public nuisance. It's unfit for occupancy and may have some structural issues right now where we're concerned it may actually collapse, and you're talking about a health issue there with what's inside that home. So we had this originally in the downtown model CIP. We had that in there. I took it out because I didn't want to presume that the downtown is going to be approved. Now the downtown's approved, and clearly our financial position has turned around. I recommend that we keep trying to work with Patty and trying to see if we can't get some kind of forced sale. If not, though, we need to really address this property, because I really can't blame those neighbors around there for wanting something to be done immediately by the city. So.
In that respect, based upon resident comment, would it be possible to hire someone specifically for parking enforcement?
From the police?
Yes.
We can do that. Remember, we have that agenda item that's still up in the air. Because we didn't resolve that, I haven't put that into the amendment. But we can do that. And we'd like to revisit that issue.
Okay. Yes, I would like to revisit that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
We can certainly do that.
Yeah. Okay.
There's a request from the schools for a couple capital expenditure projects, one for a middle school chiller, which had been previously briefed to us, and which they also granted access for Kenny, our facility manager, to go out and evaluate and determine that it is a need. That was one project, and then the high school roof is another project. I believe it's been on their CIP, but they're looking for funding for that in FY21 as part of a budget amendment. And then this one I think is important. It probably needs to be underlined as well, but I guess I'm not sure what else we would do with the money. But I tried to budget for a contribution to reserves to serve as a audit cushion for the CARES Act. If federal auditors start showing up and they say, you know what, you got to return X amount of money, I don't want that to impact the city. So I want us to kind of have a little bit of cushion in case. I don't think we will have to. Again, if we don't have to, great. Now our financial position just improved that much more for FY22. Although I don't know when and if we'll get audited. But I want us to have some kind of funding there prepared, because the CARES Act was a mess. I mean, they gave us $3 million and say spend it within a few months, and here's some rules, and we're going to keep adding rules each month as we go along with it. So it wasn't the clearest. It would have been nice if the federal government just gave us flexibility, say, hey, use this for COVID. We trust you that you're out there to help out your local communities, which is exactly what we did. But there was a lot of rules to that, and I've been part of federal audits before in Afghanistan. They're not fun. So if we do get audited, I think we need to be prepared and have a little bit of cushion so it doesn't end up impacting our budget. That's my recommendation as well for that last goal. That again is discretionary if you'd like to utilize that for other purposes.
Is it possible to, out of the 216, is it possible to earmark some of that for the parking enforcement person?
Yeah, I think so. I believe, because that's part of.
We're going to revisit that issue anyway.
Right. But to go ahead and, I thought are we ready to do that as part of this process or no?
Up to you guys. Bill, you are.
Well, let's let Laszlo finish and then we can launch into discussion.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay.
But that's another one that needs to be underlined as well. So we have a few discretionary points to kind of keep in the back of your mind for different opportunities. But certainly the additional parking revenue is helping us contribute to the fact that we can do something like that. Right now, just kind of going back into the general pie of things, but certainly we would want that to be reinvested into expanding police capabilities to continue that program. The building official, again, $100,000 in extra revenue in FY21. Likely that trend will continue for the next few years, moving from kind of site plan revenue to more building revenue as the development is ongoing, and we have continual plan review requirements and then also inspection requirements as well. We only have one inspector, so what that ends up meaning is that Calvin has to do a lot of inspection, and I do not want to lose Calvin for the next 3 years being busy doing downtown inspections when he's supposed to be serving as a director of the entire department as well. So again, he's currently serving as a city's building official, so we can meet state requirements, but he's not able to allocate full-time dedication and attention to that position. And again, the money is there, and that money, the reason why the developers are paying that money is specifically for this purpose, so that we have, and it's good for our residents who are going to be, our future residents who are going to be moving into those homes, to make sure that we're doing everything we can to do proper inspections, and all the commercial users as well. So you can see it's pretty self-explanatory up there. The other benefit of this as well is that even if there's a lull time, right, in development, then the building official can support code enforcement as well, and Robbie, what he does with safety inspections as well on the commercial side. So there's a added kind of code enforcement benefit to this as well. And then you can see what Calvin highlighted in the last bullet there about the use of third-party plan reviews. They have kind of their drawbacks, as Calvin pointed out. Sometimes they end up adding more work to staff to kind of review what the consultants are doing as well. So it'd be nicer just to have that position in-house, like we used to have. For the general fund, this is straight from that spreadsheet that I'll open up here shortly. It just breaks it down by all the revenue categories and the expenditure categories, and it shows the changes, and then I have a comment column there just delineating what the changes are. And I'm sorry if, again, the slide is cut off here on the screen, but you can review that. The key takeaway, though, is when you don't count that capital carryover, the CARES Act money, again, that inflates the quote-unquote increase in our FY21 budget. The reserve contribution, that $216,000 that I mentioned earlier, and that phase 3 land acquisition, that $1.2 million. The operating budget actually decreased by $189,000 compared to the FY21 budget. So again, there was a lot of kind of scale reduction in spending on jails, reduction in spending on parks and rec. And so this is still a very tight budget. The only kind of new position, again, being added is building official, but that's already paid for as part of the developer fees associated. So there's not really true increased spending. You can count the demolition proposal as kind of a new one, along with the 1% pay raise, the hazard pay, and then I already mentioned the demolition one as well, and then the HR kind of morale placeholder money as well. So.
Okay.
For the enterprise funds, penalties and interest have been waived since the start of the pandemic. That's going to cause a reduction in revenue from penalties and interest. We usually end up generating roughly that amount for penalties and interest. The state, I'm not sure if they passed or not, but they've been looking at whether to force localities to keep doing that through 2021. So it's been something that we've been doing to help out our customers, and actually it was required by the State Corporate Commission as well. $73,000 increase in UOSA operations and maintenance. That budget's kind of always hard to predict, so we're increasing it by that much. Hopefully we don't get there, but it fluctuates each quarter. But just based off of the trends this fiscal year, we recommend increasing it by that amount. And then less TAPI revenues, which are likely just deferred with phase 2 delays, and that's phase 2 we were expecting already to kind of get going, but they've had some significant delays in their site planning process, and they're also struggling with securing financing for the commercial pieces, as many developers are right now with COVID-19. Stormwater, just additional revenues based off of actuals from last year, $21,000. Solid waste is even greater, $83,000 additional revenues based just on actual performance. That has more to do, again, just as pond continues to get better at delineating better between, just as a reminder, Keystone kind of mixes up things, and it's hard to kind of delineate. Even before, it was hard for us to figure out what was real estate versus personal property tax revenues in 2016, and we had to kind of fix that. That was still the case with utilities as well, where some of these were intermingled, and Pond's been kind of figuring that out more and separating those. So we've had to adjust what our solid waste revenues, which hopefully is good news. If we can get a good contract going forward, we get our fund balance position in a stronger pace. Hopefully we can keep tight on those rates and try to stay below the city of Manassas. And then we did $45,000 in hazardous waste. We were supposed to hold hazardous waste events, and then COVID-19 prevented us from doing that. So we'd like to carry that over to FY21. And then in the previous slide, I showed the $72,000 as a general fund item, but it's part of that's also in the water, sewer, and stormwater funds as well. So not the full 70. It's a small part of that $72,000, but not the full $72,000 is in the general fund. And then these are all just the enterprise funds on one page. They're revenue categories and expenditures. You can see stormwater and solid waste really didn't change, except for the hazardous day carryover and you see stormwater increased by $1,000, decreased by $1,000. I'm sorry, increased by $1,000 due to that extra revenue. And then the water and sewer, the biggest driver of that was the UOSA increase. I'll open up the spreadsheet. Walk everyone through that. This is that same slide that I just showed you before, but you have it. That's always going to be tab 1. It's just the overview tab file, just breaking down the numbers, comparing FY21 to the amendment 1 that I'm proposing this evening, and just a quick description for you all to read on what were the drivers of each change from an aggregate standpoint, and as it for every single fund in the city. Minus the schools, we didn't include them in this one. And then the line item budget, if you want to go down to the minutia details, has every single GL line item description. And you can see here, Councilman Schumacher, as of I think a year and a half ago, I implemented this where we start tracking delinquencies based off the years that they were generated, so we have a better understanding and control for going after those delinquencies. So we do that for real estate and for personal property tax. So this again just breaks down revenues and below. So green is revenues and reddish pink is expenditures. And then you'll see we start with the FY20 in column D, the adopted budget, and then the actual. So if you want to revisit FY20 and see what changed there, you can do that. And then we have in column F and G the FY21 adopted budget, and then in column G the amended budget. And anytime there's a change in the amended budget, we put a highlight. So if it's highlighted green, that means it's a positive financial change, so either more revenues or less expenditures. And if it's that reddish pink color, that means it's a negative financial impact, so it's either less revenues or more expenditures. So this just goes line by line and just shows changes. Some of these are offsetting and just shifted to different line items. So you can see we just created different GL codes based off of history. There was duplicate GL codes created, and the treasurer was using this one, so we said, okay, we're going to shift the budget to this one. So you can see it was reduced from here, That's why it's red, and then green up here. So some of them are just kind of budget corrections. Others are actual financial impacts as well. You can see sales tax here. This is a much better performance in sales tax. You can see we reduced it in the 21 budget compared to what we had budgeted in FY20 and what we were going to budget, roughly 2.4 million in 21. We reduced it, but we're back now to closer to where we were forecasting it to be in FY21. And we could probably be a little bit more aggressive there, but I wouldn't want to do that because FY20, this number is a little misleading. It was actually 13 months worth. So in FY20, there was FY19 amount that arrived very late, so we weren't able to accrue it back to FY19. So that number there, 2.5 million, is 13 months worth and not 12 months worth. This is a more accurate reflection of 12 months worth of sales tax collection.
What's the driver? Like, is there a certain business that's really just creating a lot of sales tax revenue?
I would have to dive deeper into that. And again, remember, I don't get that directly.
That's more of a Debbie question.
Patty, I believe, is the one who receives it from. I'm not sure what kind of details she gets from the state on that one, but it's something I can start looking into that. But there's a lot of businesses, even in the industrial sector, when they do B2B sales, that helps drive that number as well.
Right, I was going to say, because it's not from the restaurants, because it's not only are they getting hit on the meals, we're getting hit on meals tax revenue, but the restaurants are also hitting us again on sales tax revenue too. So they're actually lower. So somebody's doing a lot.
It's offsetting it, absolutely. You can see here in FY20 we had 460,000 in meals tax budgeted based off of the previous year's performances. We only got 360,000, and so far this year the actuals have been worse. So we dropped that additional 60,000 just to make sure that we're keeping this thing as tight as possible.
Yeah.
People we didn't change. You can see we got a little bit less than what we budgeted in FY20, and we just don't know what. Hopefully, with this number, the higher sales tax, it means people will hopefully stay afloat, but we just don't know yet, and we won't find out till March with people because that's when they start reporting to Debbie what their earnings were in calendar year 2020, which is the year of the pandemic. And you just keep going down, and you'll see a lot of changes. Feel free to look at these. Ask me any questions on why certain things changed the way they did, but I went over kind of the major highlights. You can see with Parks and Rec, a lot of red in revenues. Complete revenue projection shift on the downside. So it has all the revenues, it has a total for fiscal year 20 and 21 and the amount of adjustments being made, and the same thing for expenditures for each department as well. And intermix in here, you'll see a lot of CARES Act line items as well that skew the budget. But CARES Act, again, it's probably going to be even different from what we were showing here in these numbers. Just the allocations may be different at the end of the day, because it's fluid based off of what we're able to spend. But we try to keep the CARES Act stuff highlighted yellow just to signify that that's not a true budget position. That's a one-time thing for us. So that's the case for the general fund. Now a little bit quicker. All the departments, and then the net position for the general fund in 2020 and FY21. And then water and sewer, same thing, revenues and expenditures. And not a lot of changes as you get down to stormwater. You see a lot of these reds, but these are all part of that 1% pay raise, where it impacts salary, impacts FICA, retirement, life insurance. So there's multiple, just by doing an increase in pay, it ends up changing multiple line items. But this is where it's all reflected for each of these categories. And then we have the CIP. Transportation is always the most fluid. That's why there's always going to be the more changes in that one based off the revenues. You can see the phase 3 escrow revenue that we received, the $1.269 million, and then all the expenditures as well. And you can see Mosby as a big driver. Even though Connor drives a bigger number, we had already budgeted a certain amount in FY21, but you can see from Mosby it was all budgeted in FY20. We were hoping we were going to be done in FY20. I included also the garage design funding as well, which was approved in the previous resolution that the governing body adopted. It's a little bit higher than that, but we didn't think they were going to be done with design in FY21. That's why we pushed it off between FY21 and FY22. So again, not a lot of other changes. Councilman Shoemaker, we did shift the Office 365 to the operating budget. So you'll see a reduction in the software CIP, and you'll see an increase in the operating IT budget. We just shifted those funds for your request. That's the general fund, and then you'll see down the water sewer fund. There really wasn't much change at all for these funds. I think some of the trucks that were approved before they were under budget, so we adjusted that amount to reflect the actuals. So that's the CIP, and I believe we have this one. Schools are in the next one. This is just an overview of the CIP as well. If you want to see a simplified version of the CIP, and on the very bottom we included the schools, so what we received for FY21, and then their amended request of those two projects, the roof and the middle school cooling tower. And then fund balance is what I had in the slideshow before. Here's just the raw numbers for that. And I'll go back to this. Any questions on the spreadsheet before I move back to the PowerPoint?
Oh, that's very complete. Yes, go ahead.
Sorry, yeah, no, I was, is there a separate line item for the library, or is it?
Yeah, so you'll see that line item. It's in two areas. So you go to the general fund expenditure, you go to Parks and Rec Department. That's where,
so it's under
where it's housed.
Right.
It used to be in the county. Now it's under Parks and Rec. Let's see what we got it. Library services. You can see it here.
Okay.
So no change in that. We're sticking to the $250,000 budget. And then the CIP, we had the acquisition of furniture, computer, and that was also in the Parks and Rec side of the capital. You can see Calvin's budget's pretty big, pretty extensive, and then here's a lot of that's part of the Parks and Rec departmental CIP as well. Any other questions on the spreadsheet before I move back to the PowerPoint?
Questions on the spreadsheet?
Mazel, I got a question.
Sure.
Looking at the CIP tab, is any of the expenses reimbursable, like on Connor Drive?
Yes. So you can see, we try to provide information that we used to do kind of 50%, 50%. You can see the description here up on the top where it says Connor Drive, parentheses, VDOT, MBTA, PRTC. We used to actually put percentages, but it's very hard to predict exactly what VDOT ends up giving back to us. It's not as easy as 50-50. In some of them, the percentages are completely different. But we signify here what are the funding sources for each of these projects. Just go through these to find out what they are. And then the revenues are up here for the VDOT, for PRTC, and for MBTA. The transfer, you can ignore this 30% locality revenue and contribution from profit fund. These two here are the 30% revenue is what we get that we put into the fund balance to fund these projects, and then the $344,000 here, that's our contribution from the profit fund to match the CNI tax. But those two combined are offsetting. See, it's $844,000. You go down to the transportation contribution, and it's that amount plus we put the surplus of the grantor's tax as well. We're keeping that within to help build up the NBTA fund as well. So you actually have a surplus in transportation revenue. If you look here, we keep that as a section for revenue, $4.5 million. It's balanced out down here, but that's because of that extra contribution to transfer to MBTA fund to help keep building that fund or keep it stable. You can see when Calvin presented that a few weeks ago, we kind of keep it stable between $1 and $2 million, even though we're using it heavily for these projects.
Okay, so that our total, because our capital projects was like 4 million something. I think it's at 4.5 right there.
For transportation, correct.
Right, so that number can change. I think could decrease, in fact, if we do get reimbursed for Connor Drive.
It's not the expenditure, it's the net position. So but we already factored that in, so there's no change. So for Connor Drive, we're getting VDOT money, so it's already factored in here where you have the expenditure and then you have the the revenues up here. But the financial position doesn't impact the general fund financial position. So we're not using general fund taxes to pay for transportation projects. It's all funded either through VDOT, META, PRTC, or the grantor's tax revenue that we get directly. But what does happen is if we underspend like we did in FY20, you see we budget a certain amount and we don't spend it all, then it ends up carrying over to the following year. So the transportation budget just kind of swings wildly between years and even within years as well.
Okay.
Any other questions, comments? Okay, go ahead, Laszlo, proceed.
Okay, so next steps, please review these files and send me any questions. We'd like to do a vote on December 15th, if possible. It's not necessary, but we want to get our appropriations at least done on December 15th for January, so we'd like to have something at least appropriated for the January. And actually, we already did appropriate CARES Act, so you can ignore the CARES Act comment there. So we did that for quarter 2 of FY21. And then key decision points, look at those underlying items in that one slide. That raises kind of the flexible areas that we have. And I'm proposing then any other actions that you all want to take, like the parking enforcement as well.
Can you put that slide up again?
Sure.
For our discussion purposes? Yeah. I'm sorry, was that the end of your presentation?
Yes.
I didn't mean to interrupt you. Okay, thank you. That was wonderful, Laszlo. And many thanks to the finance department, because we know it's still a tight budget, but we're so much better than what we used to be. So thank you very much. The one item that was somewhat unexpected is the school division request for a new roof at the high school. In order to properly deliberate on this, and in light of the reality that we have numerous roof issues across the city, I requested that Laszlo have available this evening photographs of the roof issue at the police station for comparison. And this is because the financial constraints that the city has, we have to necessarily prioritize our capital projects, and we have to prioritize them across the entire city. We're really forced to triage many, many things, and roofs are no exception. So if you could put those photographs up on the screen, I would appreciate that.
So this was part of the FY20 CIP. It actually started on this slide here with the project description of the roof, and then here was just photographic evidence of kind of the damage whenever we get.
Now that is down into the electrical room. I think we need to point that out. Yeah. Okay. So the black streaks on the wall, that represents water damage, is that correct? Okay, okay. So you can see how bad it is. Okay.
Just other examples.
Okay.
Of what's happening across the building.
Okay.
And public works too. I mean, I don't want to get into that one, but that
Yeah.
one I believe we have in the budget already.
Okay, yeah. But the point is, the police building is a newer building, and there's that need to keep it up, for maintenance. Okay. Okay. Is there any discussion on this? What are your thoughts, folks?
I thought the school was sending someone to speak about the roof or their request.
Have you heard anything? Okay, and I've not heard anything either.
Okay, so.
Yeah, nothing. Okay. Nothing. Okay.
Now, may I ask, because I don't know on the school's part, because we're not intimately familiar with all of their internal, how critical are those two projects given that there are few to no children in the buildings? I mean, and I'm not trying to be mean or feeling, I just like in terms of they have buildings that they want to do projects with, but that there are no children in the building at the present time. Is that correct?
I think they're planning on bringing them back. It was supposed to be, I think, in this month. I don't know if they pushed it back now, but I think the plan is to bring them back.
January, I think.
Yeah. And Loudon has proceeded. They have kids, and I think Fairfax delayed. I think Prince William County proceeded. So there's schools slowly bringing kids back in. So they may have that need in the second half of this fiscal year.
And as you recall, I forwarded the photograph that was sent.
Which one?
It was attached to an email, the comparison email, the
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 police
school
department.
roof versus the police roof?
I'm blanking at the moment,
Okay,
but I'm sorry.
okay.
It-
And I don't know that we have that photograph here tonight.
I don't have that email.
Yeah, I sent it in an email. Do you have it in your email that you could
This
put
is
it
on
up?
my computer, so.
Oh,
Yeah.
excuse me. Okay. Anyway, long story short, it's not nearly as severe as the roof at the police station.
Again, the chiller unit in the middle school, that was evaluated. They did follow kind of the emergency procurement guidelines that the mayor and you all approved last year. So they let us know about that one well in advance, and they allowed us to kind of evaluate and come back with that determination. But that the roof, I'm not sure if it's an emergency request. They didn't really specify that because they didn't follow the resolution language about what to do if an emergency procurement request is, or if it's just a generic budget amendment request.
I mean, not to be Merriam-Webster, but there's a difference between emergency and unplanned. And unplanned is not an emergency
Right,
specifically.
no, that's correct. That's
And
correct.
I'm just saying is
Yeah.
that maybe it's unplanned,
Yeah.
or maybe it's we'd like to do this as the next project.
Plus, there's been no evaluation done. We have roof needs across the entire city.
Right.
And that roof would need to be evaluated in comparison to other roofs, for example, the police station roof or whatever roof would need to be done.
Has the chiller project already been done? I guess I'm confused then.
It was supposed to be done. I don't know if it.
I don't think it's
wasn't
completed.
specified. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you're right. I think they were going to do it this past summer, if I recollect. It may have been delayed because of the public. But I'm not sure if it has been done.
But that's why they're asking for that $142,251 now to pay for it when it's completed.
So the 142 is the chiller.
That's the chiller, yes.
We could split the difference and give them the money for the chiller, not the roof? Yes?
Wait, say that again, wait.
We could split the difference and give them the money for the chiller, not the roof?
Absolutely.
At the current time?
Yes, we
I'm not saying
can, we
it's
can
not a-
remove $300,000 until some type of an evaluation is done.
Do we know what location the leak is in the school?
I don't think that email specified. I forwarded the email to everyone.
Yeah, I saw the email. I didn't see, I couldn't
think it
tell.
said,
Yeah,
did it?
I couldn't
Yeah.
tell if it was a hallway. Because my concern is when the kids come back to school, if it is a hallway where we have a lot of kids walking through, that's going to be a slip hazard, right? If we have rain, hail, whatever, snow's coming, I mean, if that becomes a hazard where kids will start going, I mean, that's going to be a potential safety issue for all the little ones there.
And we don't know that that's happening.
Yeah, I don't- yeah,
because
that's
there's
what-
no evaluation.
Evaluation, right?
Yeah.
So,
Which building is the roof for? Is it the
High school, high school, yeah.
And the chiller is for the middle school?
Is it middle? Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I'm just saying this, for instance, the roof is 2 cents on the tax rate, by comparison, I mean, or something else, something else that we're looking at, so.
Well, and we can't forget that our budget is still tight. And if and when we are prepared to do roof work, there needs to be an evaluation and a prioritization. We don't even know if, as you say, there is a leak and a slip issue. We don't know that. We don't know if at the police department, if perhaps black mold would take hold. I've had black mold in my house. I know how serious that is. You have to get somebody to come in and they treat it with this chemical and you can't walk in that room. So we don't want that to happen.
Would there be, and I'm just throwing this idea out, would there be some advantage to at some point coordinating together between schools and the city, or maybe to do both roofing projects at the same time, maybe bid it together and get a better price, because there would be two decently large projects, like the police station and the school, and then each part kind of pay the respective share? Would that work?
I don't know how we could afford to do two roofs at the same time.
Okay.
I mean, we're talking about triaging the first roof, let alone doing two roofs.
I just think that maybe we'd get a better price if we could.
To your larger point,
But yes, you can get a better price, possibly.
with those things like facilities and fleet, as you try to do those things at the same time, it does usually result in better prices.
Do we know how much is to fix the police department roof?
We threw a number there. It's something we'll have to do. This year, the public works roof was the priority. They've been ignored for the longest time, and they've had this for a lot longer. But when we get ready to do the police one, I think we'll have a better idea. Yeah.
Is it 100,000? Is it
We budgeted
225,000?
The thing is, there's going to be, I think, different solutions that Calvin and Ken could evaluate. The price may range depending on what the option to go with.
My recommendation is to remove the high school roof and have the roofs evaluated. There may be another roof across somewhere in the city that may need to be evaluated.
And leave the chiller in? Is that your
Leave
idea?
the chiller in, of course, because we've already approved that as an emergency expenditure. But remove the high school roof and do an evaluation. I think that's the appropriate way to proceed.
Does the school number, is that a complete replacement of the entire building's roof?
I don't think the email did not have that level of specificity.
I think the larger point, there needs to be kind of a budget amendment presentation to you all, so you all are informed about their FY20 performance, how they got to their number, right, in terms of the surplus, and the FY21, what's happening with 21, just kind of like I delineated tonight, and just kind of opening up for questions. It's ultimately, it's you all who kind of approve the full city budget and audit and everything else.
Because we can't answer these questions. I'm sure we all have questions.
Well, I think that's the bigger point to both of your points, is that we don't have enough information to make an informed decision on it.
And we would need an evaluation. I would want our facilities manager to visit on site and see,
Could we request that they come next week? Looking at the email that was originally sent, it doesn't even refer to a leak. It refers to nothing. It just says, second on the list is the roof replacement at the high school, a project that is long overdue.
Okay.
That's it.
Well, being long overdue is not the same as having a leak.
Exactly. So it doesn't even refer to a leak. Okay. Is it possible to invite them down for next week?
Well, we let them know that we were looking for a report, and during the fund balance negotiations, we laid out kind of an expected process for kind of how we do things by mid-year.
Yeah, I remember.
I briefed to you all kind of what happened the previous fiscal year and then what needs to change in this fiscal year. And they probably follow the same practice to fully inform you all about what's happening with them and financially where they need support. That was the expectation, I thought, about process going forward, so that you all were fully informed.
Sure. Could we maybe give them a gentle reminder that we would like it next week?
Well, we could. I thought you had already done it a few
Well,
times.
I had requested all that information, and it was said that, well, we'll get that to you, but it hasn't come yet. So.
Okay. Thanks. Okay.
Don't know what to say.
That's all you can do. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm comfortable with the pay raise.
Yes.
Yes,
I
absolutely.
guess speaking to some of the other points.
Absolutely.
I'm comfortable with the pay raise. Definitely, every bit a little bit helps, I think, especially trying to be semi-competitive in the regional.
Well, and as Laszlo pointed out, it's shows them that we're following through on our intentions. Right.
Even during a difficult time, in terms of COVID, we're still making them a priority, which, we saw our brave heroes, and, just the point of, we hear lots of things online and on TV, but I like to think about the police that I personally know, and I'm so proud of them and all the other city employees who've just done so many things during COVID that's just changed how we do things versus our normal. It's at City Hall, the police, fire, just how many different tasks they've had to pick up and how many different processes they've had to follow to keep themselves safe and keep the citizens, safe from COVID. So I definitely in support of the pay raises.
And the hazard pay, yes, definitely.
Could we get a number for the parking official for next week? So we could add that.
It was in that original.
I remember it was, yeah. Could we add it back in for next?
Was it 43?
Yeah.
45-ish or something like
I think that would be a priority as well.
For the hazard pay, can you just explain why the CARES Act didn't cover that?
Yeah, in the the CARES Act, they defined it as, so eligible employees include those in police departments, fire departments, human services, which include social services, and those employees directly involved in the response for COVID-19. So like Parks and Rec was allowed to be brought in that because still they were, through the month of July, they were still the lead kind of logistics enterprise for COVID-19, especially with food delivery, social distancing support, and even offering service or support to the map planning for testing. So they were direct COVID-19 response employees, but then all other departments, fortunately community development, public works, city hall staff, and the other central kind of departments didn't qualify under the CARES Act guidelines, yet they continue to kind of come in and service customers and kind of expose themselves as well.
Yeah.
So is the hazard pay then only for people that came to work and had direct contact with the public?
Not necessarily with the public. Remember, we have the same tiers as we use for the CARES Act one. So it's amount of exposure, those exposing. So the highest one was like EMS, who directly transported COVID, those who interact with the public a lot, those who interact with the public a little, and then those who are just coming into an office environment where you're still working adjacent to other people and there's not a lot of opportunity for actual remote work. So you're still kind of coming in we measured these during kind of the peak periods, and we can argue we're now starting to get back in a peak period as well.
What about people who did solely remote work?
I don't think anyone, I think very few, if not anyone, did. Again, but if the more you did more remote work, again, the smaller, and you remember how small kind of the lower edge was. So this again was really more focused at how much did you put yourself at risk and expose yourself to others.
I have a question. Was the parking enforcement position contingent upon the red light?
No.
It was not?
It was really based on the parking revenue stuff.
Okay, so we can go ahead and put that on if...
Correct. And again, we would recommend the admin position because again, there's more than like $200,000 to $300,000 in delinquencies.
Mm-hmm.
So you can more than pay for it with that admin position that's responsible for collections as well.
Okay.
So we think they're kind of like a package deal where you're going to bring in more revenue through those two elements. It doesn't have to be together, but just if you're now going to do even more tickets and you just don't have anyone fully dedicated to collecting that, you're not, you're going to get to a point where the delinquency is just completely overwhelming.
Okay. And we would need an idea of what all of this would add as a recurring cost.
Sure.
Yeah, okay.
But again, it's going to be, we'll still be a net profit from the numbers I'm seeing from the parking tickets.
Okay.
When we implemented the in-code, just a dramatic spike in revenue. And then again, what all those delinquency amounts, if we can not only just expand the ticketing, but also then the collections, it'll pay for itself. Similar to kind of when we made the argument for kind of some of the scope of work enhancements, right? That allowed us to start sending stuff over to our collectors. You generated a giant profit. I think we invested maybe like $20,000 in that enhancement, and then generated hundreds of thousands of dollars in delinquencies. This is a reminder. It's similar to
which one? I'm sorry. Which one was that?
It's part of the scope of work that allowed us to fix the data. Remember back in 2016, 2017, we didn't have the data in the. First of all, we had to recover the data.
Are you saying the 20,000 was was a Keystone expenditure?
Yes. It was a scope of work enhancement for Keystone, right? But even think of the ERP manager, right? We brought him in, he helped recover the lost data. Remember, that didn't allow us to complete audits. That then allowed us then to take money over to collections, and now we've been collecting hundreds of thousands of dollars. So that I argue at that point, I believe this position will pay for itself because it'll help us get to that point.
Right.
I'm making the same argument with the parking.
Yeah, no, I can see that. I just want us to be cautious.
Sure.
Yeah, okay. And Hector has a question?
Yes, for the parking enforcement officer, are they going to be working during the daytime or in the evenings where there's more issues?
Usually, again, like Falls Church and Fairfax City, they have 3, and they mix up the times throughout. But I would probably argue nighttime would be the best right now. It depends on what other strategies we're going to pursue. If we're going to go with the overnight decal requirement by street, or neighborhood or section of the city, then you're going to want them working overnight to really make that our top priority. Because that seems to be a big complaint of our residents, is just not being able to having outsiders parking on our streets overnight. So we focus on that.
Okay.
Are we talking about one parking enforcement officer or more?
Right now, we're talking about one. I think in the long run, as the downtown develops and you get more revenue, it would be nice to add more.
That's probably all we can afford right now. Yeah.
I just want to keep it tight. Remember I'm saying, the survival mode kind of went from 23 to 22. We're still not in 22 because there's still a lot of uncertainty with the assessment data and what's going to happen with COVID and the vaccine. Hopefully, again, the vaccine will prove to work and enough people take it and we'll be able to move past this. But if we get stuck in this kind of malaise here for more than just FY21, then it's going to continue to impact us going forward.
But I think Councilmember Javed had a question.
Oh, sure. No, I was just talking about this parking enforcement. What is our timeline for having a parking solution? I mean, if we're going to wait till FY22.
Not for that solution.
Right.
I was talking about for adding multiple staff, things like that for FY22. I said we're
No, I know. I'm just saying, like, do we have a parking solution in place or strategy in place for FY21 for us to hire or have a need for a parking enforcer to enforce that parking solution?
I see what you're saying. Yeah. Like right now, they would just be helping.
Just helping the police department, right? I mean,
if
we don't have any solution in place for this person to do the job.
To do their job more effectively.
Right, more effectively.
We're issuing a lot of tickets right now.
Yeah.
But to your point about
Well, there's still
resolving-
decal enforcement, right?
Correct, but
Well, that's what the police officer is currently doing right now, the decal issues, right? And they cited almost 3,400 parking violations just this year alone. So they're doing their job. So I'm trying to see if we could maybe come up with a parking solution first.
Yeah.
And then hire a parking enforcer to enforce those solutions.
Yeah, let me share my thoughts on that.
Sure.
If we hire a parking enforcement person to do specifically even just decals right now, that would free up those other officers to go do other things. And considering that they are releasing criminals over in the jail, there might be a need for other officers to do other things.
We had spoken about doing a work session, a parking work session. When are we going to do the parking work session?
Unfortunately, again, CARES Act has been a big pain. I want to do a lot, and the BRE agreement is the next one, the phase one ground lease. There's been a lot of stuff that the city hall design that's just taken up a lot of time. We could probably just discuss it now. I think probably that if we really want to move quickly on these things, it's probably better to bring an outside consultant right now, based off everything else we have going on, to come in, evaluate our code, evaluate solutions, and kind of engage in that work session on all the different code changes we can do. Ultimately, again, the decision is going to come to you all about, to Steve's point, about what is the overall strategy. Are we going to do like a neighborhood thing or a street, or is it decal, is it permit, right? Again, that's going to have to be a decision you'll have to make. And I would urge you all to do public hearings or town halls, or engage with the community about how they feel about those solutions. But to your point, that's the ultimate way that you're actually going to resolve
Right.
So
we need some type of strategy or solution to figure out. Because hiring this one person, I mean, he's going to be a sworn officer, right?
But it won't resolve it, because the decal thing is again, the Prince William County residents, you can't, we can cite them, but it won't necessarily stick, because they can still prove that they're parking their vehicle the majority of the time in Prince William County. Therefore, they're paying that tax to the county, and therefore they don't need a decal to park on our street. So it's a complicated, until you come up with either a street, neighborhood, or some kind of solution where you can say, no, you can't park on the street without a decal in these hours, it makes it harder for parking enforcement, for police to resolve the issue that our residents are concerned about.
Yeah. So how many tickets did you say were issued? 3,600?
About 3,400.
3,400. So what is the recovery on that? What's the collection on that? How many are collected on?
I want to misspeak, but I think this year it's looking like only like a third.
Only what?
A third.
A third. Okay. A third.
We're foregoing a lot of revenue.
Okay.
I
I guess my other question.
I always have the question in my mind, what happened with the red camera lights enforcement, or what happened with
That
that?
was part of kind of the same discussion, just, we wanted to bring it back, we've just been bombarded trying to get CARES Act closed out, but I'm hopeful after we get CARES Act closed out, we can refocus on that.
Would it be more productive to wait and have the parking enforcement person discussion when we have the red light discussion?
Well, I thought that was kind of confusing last time because some of us were for the parking official and against the red light camera, and I thought that we were a bit confused why they were packaged together. I thought we had discussed separating it next time.
I think it was just a revenue to pay for the parking
I
enforcement.
mean, it didn't matter to me. I support both, but
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
I guess my question to that is, to Laszlo, is there, I don't know how to say this, but is there enough potential parking violations out there that are not currently being ticketed that could be with another officer? That's my, you know what I'm saying is,
Yeah, I do.
are there another 1,000 violations out there that aren't being ticketed just because, police are doing 5 different things and so they do parking as they have time for it, but that's obviously not their primary duty because they're doing calls, they're doing whatever. So are there, I guess thank you, Jeanette, I appreciate that, are there more parking violations to be had ticket-wise with another officer that's full-time to do that, with the current, even with just the current, fire hydrants too close to a corner, blocking driveways? I mean, just kind of with what we have, is there kind of enough violations to keep someone busy full-time just citing people?
Yeah, yes, because we always receive
Complaints
about, oh, look at this car, they sent us pictures, and so we have someone proactively kind of going over that, yes.
Right.
Now, will the total volume go up? It depends, to the mayor's earlier point, are now the police that are also doing parking now gonna focus more on other things because there's a parking person doing the parking enforcement, right? We want to keep the number steady, so if we want to increase it, we can keep the mandate going, keep enforcing parking tickets and try to grow that number to scale up enforcement. So I think there is more. Whether there's that much more, I can't speak. I think the decals are the biggest one.
Right.
The decals are more complicated to enforce.
I mean, according to the data, there's only 2 citations in a year in front of public or private driveways. 2.
Wow.
The majority of citations are from the decals.
A lot of complaints, right?
I know there's a lot of
Probably
complaints.
a lot more.
There could be a lot more, but I'm just trying to justify if there's one person is just basically doing decals. It seems
Also,
like.
the change.
How about parking too close to the corner? Is that a breakdown?
Yeah, things are breakdown here.
But again, the decals is because that's what police were focusing on. So if you start
Right.
focusing on some of these other things,
Yeah.
you're going to get more.
They're going to find them.
Correct. 'Cause
Yeah.
you always have
okay.
residents saying,
Yeah.
well, we're not, you'll always see that. They'll take a picture, see, look at this car, it's in violation.
Yeah.
And by the time we get there, it's not.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
You might want to ask Preston if he wants to.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I was also going to ask is that, January 1st is the change in state law. So your documentation status does not affect whether you can get a driver's license or register a car in Virginia.
Right.
So there is going to be a transition period. And then at some point, the people with Maryland plates or out-of-state plates that should have in-state plates, because that barrier is now removed. I don't know how much time we need to give them to do that. Is it 3 months? Is it 6 months? Is it a year? But at some point, the complaint about, well, my neighbor has 3 cars with Maryland plates, at some point, they need to have Virginia plates, they need to have a decal, they need to pay personal property, because that barrier of documentation status will fall, and then and I think there's going to need to be more education. I think a lot of people will be hesitant because, the state law has been that way for so long that they will then be able to transition to, getting a Virginia license plate and a Virginia, registration and Virginia driver's license. But that could keep somebody very busy because we constantly get that complaint is, well, my neighbor has cars with Maryland plates or out-of-state plates. So maybe having that person on staff doing the other things, I think that we will generate more work for that person as time goes on with the change in state law.
I think residents would like very much seeing a parking enforcement person. I think. I have a question for the chief. When an officer sees a car parked on the street that does not have a decal, are they able to check those, and assuming they're Virginia plates, do they check the plates via the DMV and see if that car is garaged at that location or somewhere else?
Yes, they do.
They do, so they can check immediately and then issue that. Now, that ticket should stick.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think the issue we run into is out-of-state tags or
Uh-huh.
vehicles that are parked in the city for 30 days out from the county, the city, or even Fairfax.
I'm sorry.
Like when you start.
Could you give your explanation so the folks at home could hear on the
The
microphone?
bigger issue we come up with is out-of-state tags,
Uh-huh.
people that live in the county or in the city that are parking in our city streets. It's hard to monitor that with our officers because they're on 12 12-hour shifts, rotating shifts. So only work 15 days a month. So in order for us to ticket those vehicles, we have to see that vehicle in the city for 30 days. Having a parking enforcement unit will be able to monitor that. We could probably install equipment on there that they will be able to drive by and capture that information, and they can go back and research it.
Okay, okay, so having the parking enforcement person would be a help.
And
Okay.
like Mr. Paco said, the admin person is a big key. If we're not getting compliance for these tickets and it's, I hate to say about revenue because I'm not for the revenue, I'm for compliance, getting
Right.
people to do what, get their car legally parked in the city.
Right.
And if we don't have that portion of it, I think we're spending our wings at that point.
Yeah.
Because we're not, we're only collecting 30 to 40% of the tickets. We have one individual in the city that had over $21,000 or $2,100 in fines that has not paid one dime.
Oh, my word.
Wow.
And they are a resident of the city. Okay. Oh, wow.
So that's an issue because the collection portion is not working for us.
Yeah.
How
I agree on the compliance issue because it's like with the red light camera. If you run a red light, you deserve a ticket. You know? Yeah.
how far back can you how far back can you do tickets, like in terms of back ticket? I don't know what you want to call them, but just like, with personal property, we can only go back 3 years. Like, is there a statute of limitations on tickets?
A year.
Oh, okay.
So that collection portion is not in there after a year. There's not much we can do.
What things do you have the ability to do? Can you do a DMV stop? What are your options from the parking ticket
We're
side?
not allowed to do the DMV stop decision anymore, but we can implement the collection portion of it and get a third party to start collecting those fines.
You do the, I remember the city at one point about 8-10 years ago was doing the boot for, I think it was for personal property. Do you have the ability to do that?
Yes, once we get the collection portion up, we'll be able to do the boot and tow.
Oh, wow.
Excellent.
Wow.
Yeah.
That would
I think
definitely,
that's a key,
right.
portion of the whole.
Okay.
That would definitely be a carrot and a stick.
Yeah.
The downtown development, obviously adding to that would help out because we would definitely be able to patrol the whole city throughout the day and the evening hours. And that would be my goal, to have the individual work the evenings, and during the night, downtime at night, our officers can continue to do the enforcement. You're seeing the numbers, as he mentioned earlier, 3,400 tickets, great.
What, I don't want to broadcast your internal processes, but like, when do you normally do, like, you're doing heavy enforcement at night? Is that when you end up, because you have less calls for service, so they have time to do more parking on the parking side?
Our supervisors do a good job of, putting individuals to do certain things. Some will do traffic enforcement, some will put over the parking. Obviously, if something's due, like the decals, we'll go out throughout the city and make sure everybody's in compliance. If we get a complaint, then we actually, go to handle those complaints right away. It could be during the day, nights, but, a lot of the enforcement we see at night is during their downtime.
Right.
Not a lot of traffic through the city.
Okay.
I appreciate that.
I think it's an excellent idea to do parking enforcement admin duo. I would certainly support that.
It's a short-term solution that is needed.
Yes, it is. I think it's needed. Vice Mayor Banks, are you still there?
I'm right here.
Do you have any questions?
No, I don't have any questions.
Okay.
Thanks.
Is the parking enforcer going to be the administrator as well?
No, those are two different.
So two different
park
functions.
enforcement
Thank you, Chief. Thank you.
On the streets, issuing tickets.
Yeah.
The admin person's doing all the data,
Right.
right, tracking everything, sending the letters of failure to pay, and then to Chief's point, getting that data over to collections, working with officers, saying kind of, what the follow-up steps are.
So maybe might be a chief question again, sorry. But, I mean, he says, how many officers do you patrol, I guess, in the evening or daily? Like, you say you split functions, right? So
So it depends. I mean, right now we're short 3 officers. We just hired 2 that have to go through training.
Right.
So we're still down 3 officers. But on nights, our goal is to have 6 working on nights and 4 working on days.
Right, so potentially you have 6 people enforcing parking, potentially.
Yeah, we wouldn't do that, but yes, we could potentially, if we wanted to, yes.
Right.
Or everything else.
But that's,
Well, I'm just saying, potentially, they're gonna go out patrolling, they're not looking for a certain criminal or this or that. They're out there gonna patrol compliance.
But we have a lot of calls for service.
Right.
Over 30,000.
Oh, yeah, I'm not saying utilize all 6 officers.
They run radar, they stop
Right.
speeders, they do foot patrols when needed.
Right, right.
They do a lot of other things.
Oh, yeah.
They're constantly
I'm
on
not
call.
downplaying what,
Yeah.
what
Domestic,
the
you
fact
name
they
it.
do.
You name it, they get called for it.
Right.
these are supervisors too. So every shift has 2 supervisors. So you bring it down not only to 3 to 4 officers that are actually gonna be out there,
Yeah.
kind of do some of these duties, because the supervisors got additional duties. There's other things they have to take care of throughout the shift and be available if they're needed.
Yeah.
Mayor, if I might, the speeding issue that we have on Manassas Drive is just a safety risk that it can happen anytime, something bad is going to happen. Because almost every night I can hear the speeding. So if there is an accident, it's something bad is going to happen any day. So we also have to revisit that, the issue with the speeding on Manassas Drive.
Are you referring to the issue with the high-performance vehicles being test-driven, or in general?
In general,
In general,
especially by the golf course, by the Blooms Park, coming up to the, yes,
So
please.
We put the light there that says how fast you're going. That's not going to change behavior. We could consider a stop sign in one of those roads as well. We first wanted to try this solution out as well. But if there's still
It is,
issues, and you let us know.
It's happening, and I get lots of complaints because people are scared, so your loved one can be driving and then,
I know exactly what you're talking about. I came out of my neighborhood, I was on Carondelet, and I stopped at the stop sign and something told me not to go forward, and somebody ran the red light, ran the stop sign, and had I gone forward, I would have been broadsided. So I personally saw how bad that can get, yes.
The problem with that stretch road, there's 2 problem areas on the east side of the city in terms of long stretches where there's nothing stopping them. So you have this section here of Manassas Drive, Signal View Drive, you have the stop sign right there. Then you have this long stretch where you don't. And you don't have that length of stretch anywhere else in the city without a stop sign. So the west side, you don't have that. Carondelet is another one too, where you have the stop sign right here, and you don't have anything going here. It's not, uphill's not that big of a deal, but you can see sometimes downhill. Right now, it's kind of slowed down because you have cars parking on both sides.
Yeah.
Once that goes away, these are 2 prime candidates that I would argue we should probably evaluate for additional stop signs out there, because this long stretch that I'm talking about here, that doesn't exist anywhere else in the city where you have that long of a stretch, and for the majority of it, it's 4 lanes.
Well, and I would agree with evaluating them, but people still run stop signs.
They do?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Is it people that live there?
I don't know who it was.
Yeah.
I assumed it was just a careless driver until I
Random
heard
person.
about the dealership issue.
Yeah, who knows? We just hear.
I mean,
Yeah,
I guess
it's people who live here.
I'm just trying to figure out, is it like some random person that comes down on Manassas Drive, or is it like, because I always joke, as the people where I deliver mail, it's, the
Well, no, the people that are speeding, no, the people that are speeding are almost always people that actually live there. You know, I mean, it's this not this concept that there's some random person, a random group of people that just speeds random.
Well, some of them have those exhausts that make the sound. They might not even be going fast, but it sounds like they're going 50 miles per hour.
They're trying to be cool.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So I mean,
I'm just saying, is where I am. They have spots where they've done speed tables.
Yeah, I'm
But
talking
peop-
about
but
people speeding, not with those.
Right. But I'm just saying there's speed
Muscles,
tables
yeah.
even, and they speed anyway. I mean, it doesn't stop the people that want to do it, you know, and I'm not trying to minimize the problem. I realize it's a big problem, but just the problem, probably the thing you have to do is you have to park a police officer out there and catch them.
Yeah. Well, and run radar and
Yeah,
give them a ticket
that's
or
because if
whatever.
you get a $200 ticket,
Yeah.
you know, by the time you've paid court costs and the per mileage charge, you know, that's what's, you know, that gets through to people when they have to come up with some money.
Yeah, okay. Any other comments, questions?
Have we given staff enough direction for a vote next week to propose a budget with?
How do we feel about the combination parking enforcement admin? How do we feel about that?
Yes.
I'm in favor for it, but we need to put a date on the calendar for a parking solution as well.
We do, and that's coming. That's
Well, I mean,
coming.
you guys can engage
Yeah.
on that one without the agenda item. So by you guys telling me to add these to the budget, the only follow-up agenda item then would be the red light one. I've already provided all the other information in terms of the solution, my preference is decal overnight, not permit, because by doing a permit now, you're adding additional workload on the police department. We already issued decals, so it's easier to do that. So in those areas where you're concerned, that's our recommendation, is do the overnight decal requirement, and then we can open up for Councilman Shoemaker's recommendation of using public parking. We can open up Costello Park parking for visitors.
So your recommendation is overnight decal. Now, has staff contacted other localities to find out if there are unintended consequences?
For permits, yes, and I don't think anyone does the overnight decal. They usually do permits by streets.
Okay.
And again, it's an administrative headache.
Well, with the parking enforcer, they'll alleviate the headache.
No, because it's the police issuing a separate. So we issue our decal, and now from the treasurer, and now the police also has to issue another specific permit sticker, and then they issue out the bigger administrative headache from what we heard is the visitor passes that have to be issued out. So you'll have a bunch of people showing up to the police station recommending X amount of visitor passes for this weekend. So you're talking about
Boy, that's a paper chase.
It is. You're talking about a major
Yeah.
amount of kind of customer service for those areas. So that's why the decal thing is the easiest administrative one. It accomplishes what we're trying to do of making sure that only city residents are parking on the street. The permit one, if you're going to designate it by street, that ensures that only people that live on those streets.
It'd be like residents parking, basically.
Right. But the problem with that is you have other residents who live, maybe the next street over who are paying the same tax, can't find one on their street, and they're going to get upset. Well, why can't I park on this public road that my tax dollars are going towards as well?
Well, because some of those cars that are parked there are either guests or out of city. So if you permit it, those cars will be gone, and there'll be influx of spaces for the cars.
Potentially, yeah. But what if you're on your street and you can't find one? Again, you're paying the tax. Why are you not allowed to park on the city street in a city where you're paying the tax money to? Where the decal accomplishes the same thing. It's just not street. It's not just for those residents. Even then, the street permit, it's not going to satisfy ultimately what the end goal is of a handful of residents who want a parking space in front of their house. There's no way we can lock that in. There's no guarantee we would ever come up with a system like that.
What would happen if so if we had overnight decal only, you could never have an overnight guest?
If you have a driveway and garage, they can park there.
Sure, but not everyone does.
Park in a public parking, almost like if you live in an apartment, right? Your visitor parks in the visitor section, and then they can either walk back to your place or you can drive them back. That's kind of like
So pretty much that area becomes apartment style living where you gotta pick up your visitor and drive them back.
Or do
I think we're going to get
like
calls on that.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
That's what you have to engage with the public, but that is the solution, like if we want to resolve this.
Well, you could do a hybrid, like do a hybrid type thing, like where you do overnight, but then issue a guest pass.
Again, it's additional.
I mean,
I don't know. I rather expected a staff presentation with all the options, all the
Yes.
potentials that are out there.
I think they already presented
It's
it.
at the town hall, so I'm not sure what else is expected.
And he laid out a plan for us.
All the pros and cons attached to each one.
Yeah, I did. I discussed at the town hall. Yeah.
Well,
And I laid out all the solutions as well. It's not just the overnight decal. There's a bunch of things listed on there. Now, the code analysis, again, I'm recommending that what we can decide there is, do you want us to do a full RFP for that? Or just whatever we can get right now to quickly do something? So I already had a response back from one company. So how quickly do we want to move with that?
Yeah, I mean, he gave us 3.
It helps to see it in black and white.
yeah.
You know,
There's
that's
three-
why I was thinking presentation.
Well, I mean, the thing is, you know, I think I can, and I'm probably not going to be here when you guys decide this, so it's going to be you guys and some of you guys, but, you know, we're going to have, there's going to be exclusions and asterisks because, for instance, our 5 cul-de-sacs that are already excluded with the parallel parking, like they're going to have to get excluded on this too, because there is no driveway and there is no garage for anybody to park in, much less their guests. I mean, they're going to be forced to park on the street. So, I mean, right there, we've got 5 cul-de-sacs that are going to be in the asterisk where we're not going to be able to enforce decal parking on those because there isn't spaces for those residents to park or those visitors to park in. So, I mean, I think that there are going to have to be some exclusions, you know, written into the proposal.
Don't you think that would cause an issue? Like, for example, everyone in Prince William County knows that they can park on Holden Street now or whatever. They're going to go there. And then, one of the cul-de-sacs, I can't think of a name off the top of my head. Sure, Runyon. So all the people who were parking on whatever are now like, ooh, we can go on Runyon. They won't enforce. Now the people who live on Runyon are like, what the heck is going on here? I think that word's going to get out.
But then you can't have an overnight guest ever.
Right, well, that's what I was saying. I guess they could, but in the Costello Park.
I think we need a work session on this.
I thought I was expecting that because we had decided to have a work session.
To your,
we do.
Madam Mayor, like there was 3 he pointed out. There was a permit parking, neighborhood decal parking, and then general decal parking.
Mm-hmm.
I can bring that slide back up at the.
Well, and I would like to know how many parking spots are in Costello. We didn't talk about that. What other parking lots will be open for visitors? Not just on that. Well, what about over here? We talked about downtown. We talked about the City Hall parking lot. So what are all of
City
those?
Hall,
How many
Costello,
parking spots would be there? What about commercial vehicles? What would happen if we just said no overnight for commercial vehicles? What impact would that have? I think there are other options that we did not lay out. And I left the town hall. We all agreed that we were going to have a work session. So I was under the impression of
all off the radar.
Right. So that's.
I think I misinterpreted what work session. I thought the work session was just like here. I present this, and now it's open for discussion.
No, I think we all need to talk about it again.
That's what I'm saying. It's a discussion about exactly the ramifications. But that's why I said you need to do multiple public hearings because you need to listen to people there. Because nothing's a perfect solution. It's going to piss off a lot of people.
Oh, sure.
If we do this,
Right.
And other people who really want this may push for it hard. So you need to figure out what is the priority of the majority of the residents.
And maybe if you want to send the slide again.
Yeah, I can send that slide.
I don't
So get
consider this a
refresher.
work session. I consider this a discussion on the budget amendment.
True.
No,
Yeah.
I
I
mean,
mean,
the budget work
in
session
the
where-
classic sense of the word, this is not a work session.
Not this. I'm saying when I present the budget and then we open it up for discussion.
Discussion.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think
To give the
Well,
direction.
I don't want to go talk to people until we have a direction we're going, and I feel like we do not, after the town hall, have a direction that we're going in. There's still too many things. When am I going to go knock doors and ask people to pick from 5 choices? You're going to have a mess of information. I'd like to narrow it down and be
so
more
you need to pick
informed.
Where you want to go, and then
Right.
we'll have a public hearing based off that policy.
Yeah,
Because it has to be defendable. When
Yeah.
we talk to people, it has
right.
to
So my question is,
Well, I
when
think-
are we
I think
going
what
to
Laszlo-
have that discussion?
Yeah.
I
I
think
think Laszlo's point is saying is and see what the community is asking for, and then see what direction they give us, and then narrow that down and give direction to the city staff.
I guess that's why.
I think you guys
we
are
also
doing
have
that.
to achieve balance as to what is not going to be too great of a burden on staff for
Well, that's why,
implementation.
so I think we're looking at it backwards.
Well, we can't go out and ask them what they want. They want a unicorn. I mean, you can't exactly go out and be like, tell
Well, you
us what
can-
you would like. You have to
They're
kind
going
of
to want
narrow it
something
down.
Think a
restricted
consensus.
law will allow.
We have knowledge that they don't have.
What I was referring to is to your point where you all discuss, and I can bring back the slide and I can have a
Yes.
follow-up. Like you can say, okay, kid, let me know what the parking spaces are. We can bring that up.
Yeah.
That's part of the discussion. But then you need to figure out what it is you want to do and then take that back, like I did with the downtown town hall.
Agreed,
Then you take
yes.
it back to the public and see what are the pros and cons of that. What do we need to change with that?
Or even
plan.
if we have our top two choices that we.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes. I was just wondering when we're going to have that discussion.
Well, now we're in the month of December, probably January.
Okay.
for
Well,
the
I would
work
be happy
session.
to know that we are doing it in January.
Yeah, yeah.
I guess that's one of the reasons why I brought up the decals, because, and I'm not opposed to that specifically. I mean, I could see a scenario where that could work with decals overnight, let's say. The issue is that we have, not solely, but, we have issues in our Hispanic community where right now they have out-of-state plates and they don't have decals, and we're saying you can't park on a city street if you do that. And my only thing is we may have to wait so that they have the ability to go to DMV and transfer the registration to Virginia and register with Debbie's office, and they can be able to get a decal. Because I can tell you, I went to DMV the second week in November, and I didn't realize I still needed an appointment. My appointment to transfer my parents' cars into my name is January the 23rd. I had to wait 10 weeks for an appointment. So
They can still get the decal. They can still register with the city without getting a Virginia plate.
Yeah.
That's true. That's true.
true, but
Debbie did
we
say
really
that.
want them to do it all, though. Because I'm going to tell you, you've heard them. The people are like, I'm tired of seeing these out-of-state plates of these vehicles parked on my street.
Yeah.
It's a visual. It's whether they got a decal or not. They really need to transfer it, because the people that are the most strident about this issue point to that every single time. And so
But if they had a decal, it would be a little bit different.
you're still going to get it. They're not registered
Yeah.
in Virginia. They need to register in I mean,
Oh, yeah.
I agree that I understand if we're getting the revenue and they got a decal in their car, then we're getting it, and it doesn't matter if Virginia's not. But the reality is that is a flashpoint for many people, and I believe that we're going to have to wait a little bit if we want to do all decal, because we've got to give people a chance to be able to register their cars in Virginia.
Well, there's also renters too. So the renters, they'll rent out houses. It doesn't, there's nowhere forcing them to get a decal.
If they're garaging their car.
That's what I'm saying. If they're moving from, say, Prince William, and they're renting out a place in Manassas Park, they could just park their car there and say, I live there. But there's nothing enforcing a decal.
Well, our parking,
Or moving from this property to here, but they never change their address. Like
they continue their Prince William.
Right, I do a lot of apartments here, and the apartments now, in order to have a parking sticker now, to park in their apartment, you need to change your registration and address to get the parking sticker. Because a lot of people were coming in from the other apartments complex and parking in their apartment complex. You know what I'm saying?
I guess I'm not looking at, I wasn't specific to the apartment issue.
Well,
I mean, it's everywhere in the
just-
city, but it's going to be a predominant issue on the west side, where you're going to have high Latino population. You have that's where you get complaints about parking. That's where you get complaints about out-of-state plates. Not
Can I ask
not
you one
exclusively.
thing? Don't stereotype Hispanic, Latino, because I know people from, it's a diverse community, so don't stereotype, please.
And I'm not. It can happen anywhere in the city. It can happen with any racial group. But where we hear the complaints, I mean, how many complaints do you get on parking on Bloom's Crossing? Not many. Everybody has a driveway. Everybody has a garage. You get a few complaints on Stephanie. You get a few complaints on Cougar. I don't know where else, maybe on Hedgeford and Greenshire. But the most complaints we're hearing, the people that were here for the petition, which, I don't agree with to your point, you're not entitled to a residential spot in front of your house 24 hours a day, because that's what they want. I mean, that's literally the opposite end of no restrictions and I want a spot right in front of my house all the time. Like, that's not going to happen either. There has to be some kind of middle ground. What I'm saying is before we do that, we need to give everyone a chance to be compliant with the state law, get the cars registered in Virginia, and then implement a city policy with decals if that's the direction you want to go. Because you can't say, well, we're going to do this and, oh, wow, we only had 8 weeks to, transfer our title and our registration in Virginia. It took me 10 weeks to get an appointment. So, I mean, these other people that need to do that aren't going to be able to do it if you do it in February or March. That's all I'm saying is you might need to delay the implementation.
And let me say something here. We have gone far afield from the FY21 budget amendment. Let's try to get back to the budget amendment. Let's look at the calendar for January, set up a work session. I mean, obviously, we need to explore this fully, absolutely fully. And the folks who are leaving the governing body, please send us emails with your thoughts. I want to hear your thoughts. I want to hear yours. I want to hear Hector's. We need your input on that because you've been here for 4 years, in addition to the new folks coming on,
Wait, this is what you get to do.
So let's get back to the budget amendment. What were we talking about?
I don't even know.
Yes, Chief wants to say something.
May I say something about this decals or the out-of-state tax? By law, they have 30 days to register the car in the city or county they live in.
Yeah, it should have been done already.
Regardless.
Yeah.
So that's what we need to consider here. They're in violation regardless.
Yeah.
Can you come to the microphone and repeat that for the folks at home?
Preston.
By state law, they have 30 days to register a car in the city or county they live in. So regardless if they live in the park, because they can't register their vehicle in Virginia, they're getting out-of-state tax, they still 30 days they're supposed to register in the city they live in.
Whether you're Maryland, Missouri, California, wherever. Okay. Thank you.
That's enforced via traffic stop, but with somebody that can actually go out there and monitor it for 30 days, can actually take enforcement now to get compliance.
Cool. Okay. Thank you, Chief. Okay.
I remember now what the discussion was. It was the guidance on what to put back in the budget amendment. So it was the 2 parking positions and then
The parking enforcement and the admin. Okay.
And there was another piece. What was it?
Red light camera.
The red lights, but that wasn't part of
No,
the
that wasn't
budget.
part
It
of
was another position. It was the schools. It was
take out the roof.
Yeah.
Just a chiller, is it chiller in the roof or what's it? So I think those were the 2 kind of guidance points.
Yes.
I'd like to see what the recurring costs are for the parking enforcement and the admin. So what would that add? And what is everyone's feelings about removing the high school roof pending an evaluation?
I think that's good. I think to do the chiller, yes.
The chiller
Roof
for
and
sure.
roof delay.
Yeah. Okay. What are your feelings?
Yeah, I agree. After the presentation, we'll look at.
What do you think?
I would encourage them to come next week and make a presentation, but in lieu of that, no, I can't support it.
Okay. Hector?
I mean, the same thing, but when I used to work at the high school, there's a lot of leaking issues inside the classroom. So, but at the same time, we need to evaluate it as well and see what's up.
Yeah.
Oh, there are leakings?
Yeah, when I was teaching there, I had to put a trash can, and it wasn't fixed for 6 months when I was there.
Did it get fixed?
No, when I was there, no.
Okay.
Like I made a request to fix it like in January, and in June it was the same issue.
Okay.
So when it started raining or snowing, like you see the water dripping, and that was in a classroom.
Okay.
The presentation will allow us to know what.
I think we
what's
should
the
reach
urgency,
out to them again and ask them to please come on Tuesday.
Yeah. And we need to have, and if it's that bad, we need to have our facilities manager go over and inspect it.
But the key is, I think they had in their CIP either FY22 for FY '23. I have to go back and look at it specifically. Actually, it might be in this presentation. Let's see. Last year. But I think the reason they requested it now has to do with the $500,000 surplus.
Yeah. Yeah.
As a way. Goes back to the whole fund balance discussion, I think, and why they want to.
Yeah.
Which
Yes.
I don't think is necessarily appropriate if it's an
What?
emergency. Then,
Can you,
yes, and I don't think that's necessarily appropriate because there's no fund balance agreement.
yeah,
yet.
the fund balance does not exist by law, no.
So if it's about an emergency, to your all's point, then I think that can make sense, but I think they briefed it to us.
I mean, if it starts raining the next couple of days, they can go to the third floor at the high school and see if there's any leaks going on, and then they can send us the pictures.
So in FY '20, they briefed it as an FY '21 project, but I think it got pushed back to FY '22.
Okay. See, that when I looked at that is not nearly as drastic as the photograph of the police station leak. Plus, the police station leak is down into an electrical room, so that is a hazard.
So again.
And why is the cost double now? Isn't it 150? Now they're asking 300?
Yeah, I mean, they may have gotten a better price quote, but I guess the key question is, so if it was in the FY '22 budget, what are you going to replace in FY? Like, what are you putting in place in FY '22?
Oh,
Like,
sure.
Why can't this wait till FY '22? And then
Well, and as part of the emergency procurement, we asked for their ADM figure. We asked for a number of things.
I mean,
that
I would
number-
need to hear from them, honestly.
The ADM number is probably going to be off too, because there's probably people who have disenrolled because of COVID if they're doing all virtual. I don't even know if their ADM number is going to be.
The state
Kinda
it says
wonky
they've lost 40% of students in Virginia State to homeschooling. Just pulled them out of school. 40%.
So they've like disenrolled them basically.
Yeah, so I don't know what Manassas Park is specifically, but for Virginia, it's 40%.
Is the state making any accommodations for that? I wonder.
Not that I know of.
Because there was talk about holding them, about a hold harmless rule.
Right.
Okay. Okay.
Well, I wanted to,
Yeah,
finish the
double.
line, I guess. I'd rather have it as is right now. Like, I'm not in favor for taking it out. Like Hector says, I mean, it's like an interference to teachers and just the condition, like leaky roofs and air conditioning not working. It's an interference to their education. And that I cannot support when it's something like, even one picture was near a vent. What happens if this prolongs, mold grows in there? You'll circulate through the whole school. Then you have teachers, staff, thousands of people working in that school district that could be, exposed to mold and mildew if this project prolongs. And historically, we find out that the more time we prolong projects, it gets more expensive and expensive. So if this waits even 1 or 2 more years, then come back saying now it's going to cost X more money. And now we have this issue, and now we have this issue. So I think we should start tackling, and I understand we have other needs throughout the city as well.
We do.
But with the surplus, I mean, if they were able to save that much, I think we could kind of honor them and help them with their CIP and with the roofing. Because at the end of the day, parents and the community, they judge the schools on the condition of the school, right? No one wants to send their kids to a classroom where there's a leaking coming down or cracks in the walls. I mean, it's just the image of the community. And that's just my 2 cents on it.
And then when it's leaking and you're trying to take a test, that's pretty
Exactly,
pretty
it's a distraction,
annoying.
it's an
Yeah.
interference. So that's what that's why I kind of my position is to keep it what is presented.
I would be in favor of that if they were here to
sure,
ask
yeah.
questions.
Yeah, that's fine too. I mean,
have questions.
Well,
I need
and-
to know why
and-
the price doubled.
If this is correct, if what you're saying is correct,
Yeah.
then they should have followed the emergency procurement guidelines.
Right.
True, they didn't even mention in the email that there was a leak.
Right. I can't speak for the school board, but
When I was there, it was in 2015, so it was from January to June 2015 when I had that issue. I'm not sure if they fixed it. It was room 328. I still remember.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I see the majority wants to take it out, but just my position on it, I think I'd just rather have that.
I'll send an email.
Okay, yeah, just one more
Yeah.
time. You
Yep,
can't make
one
them
more
come,
time.
but we can.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
for next week, do you want me to change the spreadsheet or keep as is until they brief, or take it out until they come and brief?
Probably leave it in, and if they don't come and brief us, it will come out. Yeah.
Do we want to ask Preston what he thinks?
Preston, are you there? See, out of sight, out of mind.
He's sleeping.
I agree with the mayor.
Okay. Thank you, Preston. Okay.
You're welcome.
He is there, I am.
Do you-
I see him here.
Okay. Okay, is there anything else on here, folks, that we would need to comment on?
The agreement on the property demolition, get that back on.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
We should do that.
Is that
yes.
for Mosby specifically? Is it just for one property?
We don't know what's,
But no one's to buy it? I would think investors would jump on that.
that's about it, yeah.
I mean, but look how much.
Is it for
they-
sale?
I reached out before.
Is it for sale?
Oh, it's not for sale,
It's not
but
for sale,
Oh,
but
it's
there
for-
have been people who reached out, who
Yeah.
asked for the contacts and tried to make an offer.
Oh.
The question was, I think, could the treasurer, force a sale? That was something that was being evaluated.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So we can still try to pursue that route, but
Yeah.
I don't want to wait for that and then have it continue to be an issue.
Sure.
That we're just not addressing.
so is that through eminent domain then?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we should.
If it's eminent domain.
Mayor, I wanted to mention one thing that's related to the budget amendment.
Yeah, go ahead.
Lastly, you mentioned in one of your earlier slides about the record collection rate we have for real estate and personal property taxes. Now, you don't have to go to it, but you mentioned it was like 95% and 99%. There it is. That's great. However, and I know it's not really our issue, it's the treasurer's office, but if there's a way we can somehow find a better payment processor that charges lower rates, even our e-checks, are high in terms of the rate is charged for processing. And that's an extra, cost on top of the bill that our citizens have to pay.
Yeah, but didn't we already approve the new?
We did.
New
Yeah,
thing?
we approved the payment portal. That will help reduce somewhat. It's not the full solution, but it's definitely going to make it more, it's going to make it easier for people to pay online, so it'll improve their experience. Plus, it will reduce the fee slightly. I think in the long run, as the financial position improves, that's something that can be evaluated in terms of subsidizing these fees that are passed on to us, mainly from the credit card companies. But a lot of those other fees are going to be reduced based off of the. So let's implement this new payment portal, and let's see how that works. And then in the future, I think we can discuss subsidizing the fees. But then you have to be careful with that because it can be a certain fee or a total amount that the general fund will subsidize. And then if more people now pay online, that might balloon very quickly, and it could be a huge financial burden on the city. But it's something, if it's a big concern of our residents, it's something that we can look at. But we are.
Yeah, I was just surprised. I mean, even for the e-checks, that it's a high fee, and that's something that should be, I think, lower. But okay.
Is that it, Preston?
That's it.
Okay, thanks. Okay, anything else? No? Well, be sure to email Laszlo and copy the rest of us for any comments or questions or potential changes. Okay, moving on to 9D, which is the VRE Garage Operations and Maintenance Agreement.
So this has been an item that has been worked on for a few years now. But once we decided to change the location with the downtown Design was put on hold. Finalizing an agreement with the VRE was put on hold. With the downtown approval occurring in the acquisition of these properties, VRE was then ready to finalize an agreement with the city for the operations and management of the garage. Under the, I guess what was being considered before when it was a base tract was going to be a conveyance of the land to the VRE, for the VRE to own and build a garage. Under this proposal, since the city's now built part of the plan, part of the construction plan through the development to build an extra level of the garage, and since we're putting up so much kind of equity as part of that acquisition of this of these properties adjacent, the VREs agreed that we can retain ownership of the land and our piece of the garage, and then lease to them the top 3 levels of the garage, and they would have essentially a perpetual lease until they determine that they don't need it for VRE purposes anymore, or they stop using it for that purpose for more than a year. Then it would revert back to the city. Our responsibility then would be to take on the responsibilities of the grant, that is the regional transportation funding, to make sure that that garage services public transportation parking purposes, whatever that might look like in the future if the VRE decides they don't need to use it. It's not likely that'll happen, but who knows what's going to happen in the future. But we would. So the important part of this is that we retain ownership of our investment. The VRE will still construct the garage on our property now. The rights here for our level of the garage will be fully for city purposes. The 3 levels above us will be mainly for VRE riders, or all for VRE riders during the work week, and then the evenings and weekends for retail usage. And then in my agenda item, I kind of laid out kind of the full financial scope for the city in terms of design, what our construction responsibilities are in terms of costs, and then the ongoing maintenance of our level of the garage as well. So that's all part of this agreement as well, not the numbers specifically, but you'll see some references for the numbers here in terms of design, construction budget, what the VRE has for construction funding, and then just kind of their rights to kind of do, to close with the proper warning to us about closing their sections to do maintenance. Same thing, we have that right. So this agreement just kind of lays that out. I know I gave it to you all yesterday, so if you need more time to look at it, I completely understand. We're trying to move this quickly along so they can really get into design. I believe it's past both of the boards that their staff were going to bring it to, the VRE Ops Board and the PRTC. So it's already approved on their end. Now it's just essentially waiting your all's approval, but I understand you only have had 1 day to look at this, so if we need to push this back to next week, that fully understand. But certainly if we can get it done, I know later than next week, that'd be great, so they can really get back to design work and get on that construction timeline for use of those regional funds, basically.
This version has already been passed by the PRTC?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
So this is just the first step in doing a lot of things. So this isn't the final agreement by any means. So we still have to create the parcel across the railroad tracks. We have to still convey parcels to the VRE. We still have to have a ground lease drafted. So you're going to see some more stuff coming before you, but this is the key. We need to get this thing off our plate so we can start moving.
Okay.
Because I think that a lot of those things that we're talking about, they've been kind of holding off on to wait and see if this one actually got approved.
Okay.
But the key thing here is that we maintain ownership of the property as a ground lease.
Yeah. Which is what we wanted in the very beginning. Yeah. Okay.
You brought that up 2.5 years ago.
Yeah.
Whenever we first met with them.
Yeah. Actually, 3 or 4.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Are there any? Let's start with Preston, so we don't. Preston, do you have any questions?
I'm still here. Just to let you know, it passed unanimously at the VRE Operations Board meeting. There wasn't any questions or comments.
Yeah.
My question on this agreement is that, do we need to put any language about us, I guess, regulating the parking, the overnight stay hours at the parking garage? Because that's going to include those 3 floors that are for VRE riders.
Well, there's nothing in here that talks about that, but the ground, the first floor, the city-owned floor, we have complete control over that. I think that right now they don't want overnight parking in the garage for the upper 3 levels.
Okay. So we're free to tow vehicles that are overnight then.
In the lower level, yeah, the city's not going to enforce the top 3 levels.
So the top three can be used by, theoretically, right? Hypothetically, if they, a resident parks in one of the top 3 levels and leaves their vehicle overnight.
Well, DRE would then determine what to do about that. That's not we're not going to be enforcing that. No parking.
We can partner with them, like the same kind of towing company. Because I imagine we're going to do a lot more towing in the downtown. So there's certainly opportunities for partnerships with the DRE for towing.
Yeah, that doesn't mean we can't agree. Like Laszlo said, I don't know if you heard him, Preston, but he said we can certainly work with the DRE for towing. Maybe get the same company to do the towing in the downtown area. But right now, pardon me.
We may want to do that. I mean, just to try to take care of this issue before it arises.
Well, that's separate from this agreement, though. I mean, that certainly is something we can do. We can talk about that. And it's the same as, like, right now in the parking lots over across the railroad tracks from City Hall. If someone parks overnight there, what does VRE do with that? The city doesn't enforce any of that.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is that
Preston, do you have a follow-up?
That's all.
Thank you.
What I was going to say is that the representative from Norton Scott said that, they told, I specifically asked her, she says that the garage is the overflow parking for the 2/2s.
Not overnight, though. Remember, we talked about the overnight was not permitted. The DRE wasn't going to allow that.
They came back and said they didn't say that.
Well,
they said they were sufficiently parked without that.
Yeah. I know what she said to me because it was my question. But my point being is that the residents that move there need to be specifically told that they are not to have visitors over and they are not going to be able to park overnight in the garage. Like I just feel like ethically, there needs to be enforcement from the city on the developer to make sure that message is clear that their visitors are not allowed to be in the garage overnight. I just feel like that needs to be said so that there's no assumption on the new residents' parts that you could park overnight because they'll be gone in the morning when the commuters come in.
Well, we do. So when we get the HOA or condo association documents that they're going to give to the city to review, I'll take a look at that and see if something's in there to that effect. It's not necessarily a place to put it, but they could put it in there, especially if that's something that is part of the zoning. And I don't think it is part of the zoning, but anything that's been binding by the city, they typically do put that in the association documents.
Yeah.
Just kind of a heads up.
Yeah, I mean, just to make sure people have full disclosure before they buy.
I don't know how we force that on them, but we can certainly encourage them to do that.
Usually the parking have all these signs on the wall.
Signage.
Your car will be towed if left overnight or something like that.
Right in the very front.
Yeah.
Any questions over here? Okay.
I just have one for the maintenance, the 22, that's our cost?
Yes, those will be.
No, you can get them to do it, and then we reimburse them.
Yeah.
They probably get economies of scale to do it.
Right.
But for the maintenance on our lowest level, we are able to use 30% funding. Yeah, okay. And for the record, it passed unanimously at the PRTC, so. Okay, if there's no further questions or comments, staff recommendation is that the governing body approve and authorize the mayor to sign the agreement with the Virginia Rail Express as presented, subject to final review by city attorney.
So moved.
Second.
Did we have a second? Did we have a second?
Second.
Second, okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries. Thank you. And moving on to manager's report.
Before I get to the COVID-19 update, I believe the clerk and the mayor and staff want to provide thank you for our 3 council members who have served so well over the last 4 years. And I personally wanted to thank you as well for giving me the opportunity three years ago to join the organization and be a part of kind of that turnaround. So I really thank you all for all your support and your hard votes. And I was telling Donald this, you guys kind of did the hard work to get us out of this. And I'm sorry you won't be, around to kind of see the successes that we're going to be able to do here for the next years. But I hope you all will look at that and say, yeah, I was a part of that. I made that possible. I got us to the point where we can start doing all these other things that we were talking about. And I hope you all get the credit you deserve from the public for, I hope they know all the difficult things that you all had to do over the last few years and how much you want to do more and we just weren't able to. And I feel so bad about that, but I know we were kind of on the same page, understanding that we had to get out of this mess first before we did that. So I thank you so much for your patience, your wisdom, and your hard work over the last 4 years, and your support for staff as well, and everything you guys were doing to really stand up for staff, fight for the long term for pay raises and to make the city a better place, and understanding what our residents need. And, these votes were not simple. Downtown votes are never simple, and everything else we've been doing. I know you guys take a lot of heat, but again, you're doing kind of the service you represent. You're representing the values of the people while evaluating the issues and making the best decisions for the future of the city. And I hope you all get the recognition for it. It's been a pleasure for me to have worked with you all the last few years. And so on behalf of the mayor, clerk, city attorney, city staff here, we'd like to provide these to you. I don't know if you want to say.
And I want to say, too, that it has been a pleasure to serve with you. I'm going to miss the 3 of you so much. I'm thrilled to have new folks coming in, but I'm going to miss you guys really a lot.
Thank you so much.
It's been fun.
It's been an honor to serve the city. Yeah.
And I'd like to hear from each one of you. Hector, say a few words, please.
First of all, it's truly a blessing to represent my city. Growing up in LA in a tough environment and coming here, this is my home. All the support I received from my mentors at Manassas Park High School, the guidance counselor, the principal, the now superintendent. It's the fact that I had the opportunity to go to college, go to graduate school, be a professional. I'm truly blessed with those opportunities. Also, our employees. There's so many names I can say, but I'm gonna keep it general. They've been great for our city. A lot of them work overnight in times of emergencies. So I want to say thank you to all of them. My colleagues over here, our city clerk, city attorney, our city manager, our staff. I want to say thank you for all the support. And also, I feel that this is my family. We talk a lot every day. I scroll down my emails. I see Jeanette sending emails every few hours. So, I'm really thankful, and also our residents who elected us as write-ins with Medium. That was a huge honor. It's the fact that it wasn't in our minds to run for office until a few weeks before the elections. It's the fact that they entrusted us to represent them, and for us to be a more inclusive city, which is something that we've done successfully in comparison to our neighboring jurisdictions. And I appreciate the diversity of our leadership in our city. It shows that, we can do it as well. So thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm honored to be here at the table when we don't have this so many representations, especially in women. Every woman should be at every table representing, since we are consumers, we are, we hold the families every single day. And I'm very grateful for the opportunity. I given the best of my ability. I encourage everyone to serve, because this is a part of our personality that we need to develop, to have a sense of community, what we can do and what we can provide, what we can teach to our youth. So we are setting a good role model for them. Everything is possible. As a Latina, I always say I have to fight harder. That is why I don't want to hear stereotypes, because I proved myself when I arrived here as an immigrant, and I didn't have even a bed to sleep, my own bed. So to be here, sitting here among of all you leaders, it's been a pleasure. And I'm going to continue to fight harder. And thank you so much.
Oh, Miriam.
I'm not going to say a whole lot.
Yeah, right.
I thought I would do something. I thought I would do something different for once. Yes. I just want to say thank you. I think kind of like Hector, there's so many people in the city. I'm a different person than I was 4 years ago when I came on. I lost 2 parents and 2 grandparents, and so I'm a different person than I was when I first started for some personal reasons. So Manassas Park is my bigger family, and all the 6 of you, and now 2 more people coming on. You're part of my family too, because you're my adopted family, so to speak. I didn't know I needed you, but I really did, and you were there with me during some really dark days. And kind of like the city, we had some dark days in the city that, as I tell people, I knew it was pretty bad, and then we came in, and it was way worse than we thought. And that's not an over-exaggeration, One of the first votes we took was one of the first consequential votes. We spent over $100,000 for audits to clean up the mess that we inherited. It was one of the very first, the first or the second meeting that we did in 2017 to put us on this course to where we have surpluses and we actually have money to do things with. I'm so excited, wow, there's extra money. That's not something we've had for a while, And so thank you for the voters. Thanks for the voters who elected me in 2016. It was a very interesting night. It was a good night for Donald's, and in 2020 it was a bad night for Donald's. So I'm not really sure what that means, but our national political dialogue is very negative. It's very divisive, and all of us were on Facebook and Twitter, and you're just wow, you're just I pride myself that we're with professionals and with elected officials who take their job seriously, who don't grandstand, who we have to show success. We have to show progress on issues that voters care about because we impact their day-to-days, roads, schools to some extent, fire and rescue, police. People need the services that we provide. It's one of the things I was very proud of is when Pete Buttigieg got up and was running for president, and he says, I'll paraphrase, we can't not come to an agreement. We sell our residents water. We literally keep them alive. And when he said that, I thought, yay, that's a win for local officials. Being a mayor, I watched him and I was like, wow. I felt like it was my spirit animal in a different sense because he understood the plight of local officials to get along and get things done. And to the public, we have gotten a lot done. And I saw the election results. You want more done, and I understand that. But we've created a foundation so that when you guys are coming in, you're not coming into what we came into. We're giving you the stronger baton for the next 4 years. And, so with Laura, I know she's not here, but we want you to be successful because this is our city and we still live here. And, we don't hope for anybody to fail because we live here. And we want you to be successful because your success is our success. So we're going to be watching and we're here for you. I'm sure Miriam and Hector too would pick up the phone if you called them and asked for advice or how do you get this done or who do I need to talk to? I think we would all pick up that phone or return that call.
Totally agree. Yeah.
And help you because we know what it's like. When I say the 10 of us get in a room during closed session, there's only 10 of us. And we're, there's the 7 of us and the 3 staff, and we know what happens, So we can help you. We want you to be successful. We want our city to be successful. And so we pass the baton to you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Donna. Okay, onward.
Just wanted to show you all some of the data related to COVID-19, show you kind of where we're, in some cases, worse than even the worst times in the spring, and in other places where it's still kind of relatively stable. But not going to have too many recommendations, except at the end, one for City Hall. But I just wanted to give you all the data on what's happening there. I've never seen that happen before. Okay.
Wow.
So these are the daily cases in Northern Virginia, and you can see this was the previous peak that where we shut everything down, and this is where we're at now. We're actually worse off than where we were during the worst, and this is all. This is the entire Northern Virginia area, so there's some concern to be had here, and many people were saying this was going to happen in the winter, that we were going to have this second wave, and it may be worse than the first wave. And the professionals are getting better at dealing with it, but we're getting bombarded here now. We have to be careful about what's going to happen here in the next few months. So I can successfully navigate this. Okay. This is just the Prince William region, which includes our city and also Manassas along with Prince William County. You can see here as well, not as bad as kind of the total Northern Virginia area in terms of that much higher than the previous peak, but even then, we're higher than the previous peak during the spring. There was a lot of concern. So from a case standpoint, there's a lot to be concerned about right now. These are hospitalizations across Northern Virginia. This is sometimes a lagging indicator. So even though it's not as high as where it was before, it doesn't mean it can't get back there. It may take some time before it catches up, and you're hearing more and more about hospitals starting to get more and more people as well. But right now, this is still kind of a good news story. Just looking at the metrics, that it's still not where it was during the worst period when our hospitals were. We're starting to get a little bit, close to kind of that metric that our health officials define as problematic for hospitals. They never got to that concern area in terms of capacity, but they were close for a while, and let's hope we can stay away from that as well this time. And this is the Prince William hospitalization rates as well. So still holding steady, and let's hope it remains like that. So we have some bad news in terms of of cases. So far, good news in terms of hospitalizations. And I didn't put the death rates here because I don't want to trivialize the deaths. And we're not where we were before, but it's still we are losing people still. But you can certainly find those metrics. But there still are some deaths occurring related to this pandemic. They're not as severe as they were before. This is one of the negative indicators as well. This is positive rates. So you can see during this time, they're just in the part of the spring, there just wasn't a lot of testing occurring, right? And even when you got some peak testing days, they weren't consistent. You can see how much better we're doing with testing now and the percent. So if we had this kind of level of testing before, the percent positivity probably wouldn't have been this high. But you can see even with the robust testing regimes we have now, that percent positive, look at that. It's getting above 12% now. We had the goal, look at this goal of being down here, down to 5%. And most of the time from the health department standpoint, where they get really worried is when it gets to 10% or above and we're above that threshold now. So from a percent positivity, we're in dangerous terrain here as well. That's from Northern Virginia, and then this is Prince William, the same thing. So kind of the case volume, the percent positivity is headed in the wrong direction, and it's almost back. I argue it's probably, again, we just didn't have that robust testing regime as we did before, so we're close to probably where we were before in terms of percent positivity, and we're even worse in terms of total cases. And so something to be concerned about. We're still not there in terms of hospitalizations, in terms of that threat area, but we need to keep our eyes on this. We're certainly headed in the wrong direction. The colder it gets, we may continue to head that way. So I want to just give you all that data to be informed that we're still not out of this, and we have to keep monitoring, especially the community center. We don't want that to be a vector for virus spread, so we need to see if more and more people start using it and we can't kind of control social distancing, we may have to again evaluate shutting down if these numbers continue towards this direction. But for right now, recommending keeping kind of steady state operations for the city, keep monitoring the numbers, especially the hospitalization numbers as well, to see kind of what the severity of this spike compared to the previous one in terms of hospitalization and death. I recommend we keep the community center open. But we need to keep monitoring it. But as long as we're having these limited number of customers as we are right now, we can still continue to socially distance. But if we don't feel we have that control, we can certainly reevaluate whether we want to shut that down as well. For the last few months, we've been utilizing CARES Act money to fund social distancing management here at City Hall. The CARES Act money kind of running out here soon. We're no longer able to do that. So we are recommending that we either tomorrow or in January go back to appointment only for City Hall. That's the main area of kind of customer throughput. It's not designed well for customers to kind of flow independently well. Based off kind of the doors, where the doors are located, where not a lot of space for lines. That's why we've been trying to control how many people actually come into City Hall for the amount of services, keeping them spaced out. That's going to be harder to do now without the staff there to support that. With the numbers going up here, we need to protect. Each of those departments are very small, and the concern is it can spread quickly across one of those departments, and we'd have to shut down that department, and I'm not sure how we would operate. There's already concern right now in the Treasury Department that we may actually almost be there. There's one concern right now. So we don't want to get there. We want to, because they're small departments, we can't stagger as well, and we need to be concerned about losing an entire department to self-quarantine or to testing positive, and then that operation completely goes down. So recommendation is to move to appointment only, reevaluate in January. I have a feeling this will be a constant here during the winter. For Parks and Rec, we have pushed back extended care and preschool. We're going to wait till March until hopefully we're done with this spike. But I just wanted to brief you on this and present the recommendations and see if I can get your concurrence on what we're doing or your recommendations for what else we could do. We want to be more aggressive, less aggressive. I just kind of hear from you all.
Your concerns are valid. I think we probably should move to appointment only. Yeah.
Maybe not start tomorrow, though. I think we need to give them a little heads up.
Sure.
Maybe start Monday.
Monday? Okay.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, somebody thought they were going to come to City Hall tomorrow,
Right,
but realized
yeah.
they needed an
Yeah.
appointment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those are small departments.
Yeah.
BSS is still by appointment as well. We haven't changed that this whole time.
Okay. Preston, do you have any comments or questions?
Yeah. Last one, is the real estate taxes still due? Are they?
They were due December 5th.
December 7th.
Oh, 7th, yeah, you're right, because 5th was on a Saturday. Yeah.
Right, and so,
We did have
Might have
we did have long lines that week, but the lines have died down a little bit.
right, because my concern is those who are paying late, or stop by City Hall, take a day off from work, stop by City Hall, and all of a sudden it's closed. Appointment only. I mean, what are we going to do in those types of situations?
How are we going to get the word out?
Yeah,
so
I
that
mean,
by
we'll have
Monday.
We're out on social media, we'll put phone numbers out there, there's still the drop box so people can drop off their check. Hopefully we can reserve more employees in the treasurer side for phones, right, to kind of schedule appointment and service people via the phone. But it's not perfect. It's not a perfect solution, but certainly getting the word out would help. But I'm not saying you're not gonna have upset customers arriving.
Yeah.
Right, and I think safety is first, but I agree with Alana. Let's wait till Monday, and it gives us some time to get the word out.
Plus, we're going to be naturally closed. Two of those four-day weekends, we're going to be naturally closed anyway, because we've given city employees Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve, right, as full holidays. So, I mean, we'll kind of be closed partial weeks
By the end of the month.
anyway.
Okay. Okay. Any other comments or questions?
You okay with keeping the rec center open?
Yeah.
Yeah. They seem to be managing it
Yeah.
well.
It's just sad that I feel like we're going backwards, I know we have to, but it just, because we already were here, we kind of opened up and now we're kind of having to take steps backwards.
Is this all you have? Okay.
The community center, is that going to affect church services on Sunday? No?
No, we haven't scaled that one back. And we don't see ourselves doing that.
Nasib, you look like you might have a question.
Well, I was just going to say, I mean, the data is showing that we're not trending in the right direction. And we have more restrictions when we had less cases than we do now.
Yeah.
And I think that the goal for that time, again, it was new, and the goal was to help our hospitals not get overwhelmed. So far, the data is not showing that they are, but to your point, if the hospital numbers start getting back to that, I think that's where you're going to have to consider. I think that's why the governor hasn't gone back necessarily to the previous phases,
Right.
is because we're still not there with the hospital, because that was the goal of the restrictions. But I see your point. If you just look at the positive rates, it's like, wow, we're even worse than
Exactly. Than when it was in the spring.
We're a lot more flexible.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, next we have a closed session. City Attorney, would you please read the motion?
Well, Madam, before we go to closed session.
Oh, yeah,
sorry.
go ahead.
There was an item, I don't know if you were prepared to talk about, the email Preston sent in regards to the house with the code enforcement.
Yeah, that goes back to, I sort of brought it up, but essentially for the full comprehensive code analysis amendment, the transformation from a current process of litigation to a ticketing system, my recommendation is we do use contract support to get that implemented. And there's two ways to go about it. We can just kind of cold call and try to get proposals and do quickly through kind of small purchase procedures, or we could do the full RFP route, which would take longer. So that's what I was going to bring up tonight. Thanks for reminding me. Is what route would you all prefer to go to? The RFP may drag on for a lot longer, but it'll be more comprehensive. The other method, we could probably get you all contracts here pretty quickly. It just depends on kind of the speed of the effort that you all want to take with code enforcement.
What's the time frame of each one, do you estimate?
Again, the CARES Act has made it very difficult in December to kind of get to the RFP. So probably we're talking about issuing an RFP in January, and then it just depends how long we keep it open, how many responses we get back. You're probably talking about a 90-day process there. So it's
90 days, yeah.
Right now, we just cold call. If we don't hear back from other people, then we bring one or two contracts and let you all pick.
So 90 days versus a week?
Yeah, I mean, I already have one proposal. I can bring it to you on Tuesday or next week, and you just say, execute and get this done ASAP. But again, the benefit of the RFP process is much more thorough, right? And you probably end up getting more responses. So you may end up getting a better product, but again, it just comes back down to how quickly do we want to move on this? That's why it was important to discuss this, because I know there's a lot of concern. Our process right now is very slow, cumbersome. I don't think residents are happy with it. We certainly want to go towards the ticketing.
It is slow. It's a burden,
Well, I don't know if we were prepared to make a decision, but next week or whatever, but it's definitely next to be on the agenda. Just like the parking solution. we should put a date on this as well.
So do you favor an RFP or the cold call?
Like I said, I mean, I don't know if we want to wait another 3 to 6 months.
So I can keep trying to call, and then maybe the first meeting in January,
Yeah.
just come back with what results of what.
I think the
Hector?
contract. Yeah.
What is your preference, Hector?
I guess the same thing I have seen.
Alana?
I guess I'd be okay with the cold calls.
Okay. Vice Mayor Banks, what is your preference?
Cold call.
Yeah, the same.
I think our residents
Yeah.
don't want more immediate
Absolutely.
action.
Yeah, okay, cool.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Go ahead.
No, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, Dean?
All right, I recommend the governing body go into closed meeting for 2 matters. The first is consultation with the city attorney pertaining to probable litigation related to the city's use of eminent domain for the acquisition of property interests and declaration of protected covenants restrictions that was recorded against properties within Connor Center. And the second one is consultation with the city attorney pertaining to probable litigation related to the city's use of eminent domain for the acquisition of Lot 1A Connor Center for the new city hall, public parking, and a public road, both pursuant to paragraph 7 of subsection 2.2-3711A of the Code of Virginia.
Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Preston? Opposed, abstained, motion carries. We'll go into closed session, take a 5-minute recess first.
I think maybe I misspoke.